Welches Signal switchst du? Von wo nach wo?
BW1 auf LED Wall 1. Dann ist das hier normalerweise unten. Genau, und andersrum ist es dann Rednerpult LED Wall 1. Nimmst du die Mikros gleich mit, oder?
Ja, ja, klar. Und du bereitest alles vor, dass wir in 10 Minuten hier zu anschauen können? Ha. 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 Ja. Ja.
Wo ist die? In Lobberich oder? Ja. Okay, und die hier? Ja, ich komme am Wochenende hoch. Ich komme am Wochenende hoch. Ja. Achso, ja. Wir wollten eigentlich am 20. hochkommen. Das ist der Mittwoch. Ja, alles klar. Dann telefonieren wir. Ja, wenn du mehr weißt. Ja, okay. Alles klar. Ja, alles klar. Okay, alles klar. Ich melde mich, ja? Bis dann. Ciao.
So, hello everybody and welcome. We will start in 2 minutes. Also out there at the live stream, maybe there's someone. Hello, out there in the internet, to all the viewers out there on YouTube. Also welcome to you. Now we will start within the next few minutes. Thanks. So with a short delay of 15 minutes, sorry for that, but hello and welcome Berlin. Welcome to the Startup Night Food, the special area of the Startup Night, and welcome also to the new food conference, which we now start. So I just introduced myself. I'm Mark Leinemann from Crowdfoods, the Food Startup Association for Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Liechtenstein. And at my side, from our sister association, something like that, is Dominik Ewald.
Yeah, hello. I'm Dominik Ewald. I'm one person from 6 persons from the board members from the German Agrifood Society. We have right now over 100 members from the agri-tech and food tech sector. Today also with me Lars. You'll see him later. So yeah, thank you that we are here, and yeah, nice event.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And a little bit more about Crowdfoods. We are more focused on the food startup side, where the German Agri-Food Society is more focused on the agri-tech and food tech area. We have also about 100 members, and maybe a little bit in advertising. So next year, in February the 23rd, we will have a very big conference and also startup fair at the Lake of Constance. Some impressions here, and let's have a look if that works. Okay. Only until tomorrow you can book your booth for a special discount price, a super early bird. And if you wonder where is Radolfzell at the Lake of Constance, it's in the very south there, and about there. And we will do this in an old milk factory. So hope to see you also there. And this is a connecting point between 4 countries. So this is what we do. While the German Agri-Food Society is more focused on Germany, but also cross-border working now, we focus on the whole DACH area and connecting food startups with retailers, with investors, cross-border, and we do this since 2018. So that was the advertising block, but let's go on now. And so this is a little bit the program what we have today. We will start after a short, impulse speech from my side with Moritz Möller from Vegans. I don't know if he's already over there. Hello and welcome. Thanks for being here. And then we will have the first slot of very short startup elevator pitches that you also know who is around and what they do. And then we will go on with Patrick Franzen from Pebbleware. I don't know if he's still yet here, but maybe he will be arriving now with the plane at the airport, actually. Then the second round of startup elevator pitches, and then we will have a talk panel. What's special in Berlin? Why is Berlin the so-called startup capital of Germany? And what do they do, especially for food and agri-tech startups? Then we will have the last round of startup elevator pitches, and then we go to the coffee and networking break. We will have some drinks and food, and then in the afternoon there will be Insa Horsch from Open Kitchen and explain you the 10 do's and don'ts for food startups. Then we will have Thomas Porschen from PowerGum. He will explain a little bit how he will start with social media and to scale up his business there. And last but not least, we will talk a little bit about the future with a mixture of the speakers from the day. Then we will have the closing note and a networking break, and then the whole area will a little bit modified here for the startup night. And at 5 o'clock, the doors will be open to the public, and then we will have in the evening then the startup pitches, the long pitches, and then a short talk with Jem from the Startup Night. He will come over from the other location at the Telekom Hauptstadt Repräsentanz, And then at 10 in the evening, we will have the award ceremony. And and at 11, we are closing this location, but then we can move over for the after party at the Telekom Hauptstadt Repräsentanz. And during the day, you can walk around, you can have the talks with the startups at the booth and have some drinks. We will have also in the evening, then later on, some stuff. So the award prizes will be presented by Pebblewave, by Open Kitchen, Go-to-Market, and of course by our startup associations. We will explain that later. We will award the best food and beverage startup, the best newcomer startup, and the best food tech, agri-tech startup this evening. And we will see who will it be. And some short intros. The toilets are downstairs if you go outside. Please take care of the waste. Don't put all the glasses maybe back to the bar. That would be lovely. Of course, this is a non-smoking event, and you can also share via social media. Also out there in the live stream, you can share pictures here. You can make also pictures. And about the food, from 12 to 4:30, it will be completely free for everyone here at the conference. And later on, when the Startup Night starts, you have to pay a little bit for the food and drinks. And unfortunately, we are in digital Berlin, but this only works cash only. Sorry for that. But this is maybe also Berlin. So, let's start with the impulse. So why are we here in Berlin? Why do we have all these startups here? And what's happening out there? And what threats, but also opportunities are out there for the whole agri-food sector? As you maybe know, there are a lot of challenges actually for the food and agri-tech sector. In total, you can say it's 10. We have to feed in the near future more than 10 billion people. We have all these greenhouse emissions. We have the environmental degradation. We have food waste out there. We have plastic waste. We have the big topic of farm animal health. We have the extinction of insects. We have also a 2 times higher meat consumption now, and with all these impacts at the end in obesity, malnutrition, chronic diseases, and 3 times higher healthcare costs. So, and these are all challenges which the food and agricultural industry has to solve, and these are also trends. So if you look at the trends, it's matching. So we have algae, insects, bioreactor proteins as alternatives. We have extensive local farming as a solution. We have circular economy for the food waste. We have sustainable packaging. We have the One Health cultivation and production. We have sustainable agriculture and alternative proteins like plant-based, fermented-based, or cell-based meat alternatives. We have clean food, zero sugar movements. We have cell-based meat also as more healthier way to consume meat. We have the personalized nutrition, and at the end we have also functional food. So these solutions are already out there. We only have to use them. The question is, who will use this and who will push it? So as you see, all these big corporates, there are only 50 corporates who more or less rule the whole food supply chain. But do they do the innovations? No, they are more efficiency machines than innovation machines, but the startups, they are the real innovators in the market. And that's why we're also here to promote them, to raise awareness for them, and to help them to scale up faster. And if you look at different scenarios, I was involved in the scenario workshops of the Cluster Ernährung from Kern in Bavaria, where we developed out of 800 different items, different scenarios, 10 different scenarios. And in 2020, before Corona, the future was really bright. Everything was working in the right direction, from the desired future as well as from the expected future. But then, at the beginning of 2020, the first swan disrupted everything, and this was Corona. And if you think Corona is still over, or maybe over, no, it's still there. If you just imagine how many containers are in the Chinese Sea out there, and how many containers are also waiting in the Northern Sea actually to get into Germany like that. So this means we have a disruption of the whole supply chain and also increase of costs. And then there came the next swan directly afterwards, the war from Russia in Ukraine, but also other wars are starting now. And you see the whole system is really under pressure. And this is a big threat also for world food. And last but not least, we didn't notice this maybe in the last 2 years of the pandemic, but the climate crisis is already or still there since 20 years more or less. And we see it and we feel it this year extremely also in Europe, with a lack of raw material, with problems with broken supply chains also in Europe. And if you just think about the number, the agri-food sector in total is responsible for 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. And within this sector, 70% is generated by the meat and milk industry. So animal-based products are really the big problem actually. So if we would, let's imagine, by 2023, become all vegans, we could save so much CO2 that we can have 7 more years to adapt the other industries. So, but will that be in 2023? No, we cannot transform the consumption to vegan within only 1 year. But we really have to speed up with the transformation. So what are the impacts actually of these 3 black swans? The first, out from the pandemic, now everything is more free now. The consumers want to consume, but still supply chains are broken. You have a lack of staff, you have a lack of raw material, and this is also a driver for the actual inflation. But then the war comes on top, and maybe we will have the next big financial crisis. And you can already see it in the market out there. More cheaper products, of course, organic products are still good performing, but the people will have less money in the future, and this could also be a threat for innovations. And if you look at all these scenarios, then you have the supply chain crisis, and we also developed in 2020 one scenario which is called nationalization and increasing costs of food. And it's interestingly, we have forgotten about this scenario, but it was still developed. And that means you will have a restrictive consumption behavior. You will more focus on regional or local food supply chains because they are more safe. Consumers will focus more on cheap, staple food, and they will also spend less in meat consumption. And also the statistics actually are correct with that. And we will have more national egoisms. We will have a decrease of international collaboration. As we have also seen, India stopped the export of wheat. Indonesia stopped the export of palm oil for a while, and maybe in 2023 that will become a bigger problem, and therefore we will also have a radical structural change. So how can agri-food adapt to that, to these problems? So, as I would say, threats are always opportunities for innovation and transformation, if you want to do that, if you're willing to do it, and if you want to use this opportunity. For example, if you look at the pig farmers actually in Germany and also in Europe, pork is not really a high demand of consumption actually. And so a lot of pig farmers have big problems actually. But there are also startups out there. Pig farmers could become insect farmers. They have the perfect location for that. And there's, for example, one startup from Germany, Beneto Farm. It's the second startup after Beneto Foods, a startup from the south of Germany. They produce high-protein noodles out from crickets, and they now offer to pig farmers to install, as a franchise system, to install an insect farm for them. So this is one solution for, I would say transformation, a pivot for established pig farmers. And then, of course, we have all the agri-tech stuff out there. 1 week ago, I was at a meeting of the German Agri-Food Society, and we have seen a lot of new agri-tech innovations there. And all these innovations can help the agricultural industry, especially on the problem of personnel shortage, and of course also on climate change, if you just think about indoor farms or autonomous machines on the land, on the field. The same happens to the retail sector. They also will install in-store farms, and they also will more go for autonomous stores. Vending machines are very scaling up actually worldwide. And next to that, the gastronomy industry also have this problem, especially with personnel shortage, but also increasing prices. You can do a lot, especially if you go to other countries like Belgium. I've seen a lot there in GastroTech, which is not now installed here in Germany. Next to that, we will also have more robots in the preparing of food. And then if we talk about meat, then of course this is a big challenge. We have a lot of plant-based meat alternative products out there, and the first startups, unfortunately not in Europe, are selling also lab-grown meat, like in Singapore. And so we have also opportunities there. And last but not least, and this is a good example from a startup in Germany, Keen for Green. They produced in the beginning a consumer product, plant-based, and they do this by using mushrooms, fermented mushrooms, and peas. And then they found out, or they detected, that it's a very volatile market. It's not very easy to get all these pea protein from the market. Sometimes high prices, sometimes there's no raw material for that. And as startups will use pea protein, you will have a bigger problem in sourcing. And they said, okay, we have to do something. They developed their own bioreactor where they produce their own pea protein now directly from the bioreactor outside. And this is also a solution. I know from the Middle East that they are also investing a lot in big bioreactor factories to produce proteins directly, not from the field, directly from the reactor. And so what they save a lot in raw material, and they have now more secure supply chain. But what we also have to talk about, if we want to speed up, if we want to transform, then we really have to manage also the laws and the regulations and the lobbyism and the old brains. We have to cut them. If you think about novel food, it needs actually on average 9 months until the approval. This is too long. If you think about cell-based animal products, like milk without a cow, meat without a cow, and so on, then the approval from the European Union is actually unclear. So they treat it like GMO, so maybe in 50 years. And if you think about the taxes, for example, in Germany, animal-based products like milk have the half VAT. If you have a plant-based milk, you have to pay 19%. If you have a normal cow milk, only 7%. This is also a price driver, and it should be the other way around if we really want to transform the society. And last but not least, the declaration. In the EU, actually, it's forbidden to call animal-based meat, plant-based meat as meat, and plant-based milk as milk, and so on and so on. Well, I don't know if that is really a good idea, but maybe we have to think about that we don't have to make so much hurdles for startup innovators in the European Union. And especially if you think about this cell-grown or lab-grown meat, this is the big question where the European Union wants to go. And also the same discussion we have also in Switzerland. While we ban innovation, so in April 2021, the National Assembly of France spoke out a ban over lab-grown meat in public cantinas. Unbelievable. At the same time, a startup started selling cultivated meat in Singapore, public. So if we do it that way, as we did it in the past, then I can promise you within 5 years we will lose this last innovation sector to Asia and America. Because they are more stepping forward, they are more open, they are more deregulated. And this will be the last big innovation sector. And we as Europeans, especially in Germany, Switzerland and Austria, we have a very long food heritage. Food innovation was made 150 years ago, also at the Lake of Constance nearby. If you think about instant soup cubes, there was a guy called Maggi, and he invented this soup cube, and it was really a food tech innovation that helped the world. And now what do we do now? All the big innovations are coming from the US or Asia. So we have to stop that, otherwise we will lose this sector. So that's it from my side. So what this sector now really needs is, and we really have to speed up. Of course, there's a lot of money now investing in food, but it's too less. It's too small, actually. We have to make it 50 times higher. Also, the public funding is too small, actually. We have to put more money in this sector. And we have also to increase the new agri-food science and also the production, so we have to invest a lot of more money in that. And we have to do a deregulation of all these approvals and tax transformation. So, because, well, if you look at this, it's a disruption warning. We only have 7 years left, from my perspective, to transform everything, from the bottom to the top. So we have to speed up and act now. So that was it from my side. Thanks a lot. If you have questions, we will have a break later on. And and now we will go on with the startup. No, the next will be, the next will be Moritz Müller from Vegans. Thanks for having us. And Moritz is CMO of Vegans, and it was also once a time a small startup and grow up very fast and become one of the leading brands for vegan food in Germany, and was awarded 2021 as one of the most innovative brands of Germany. And one success factor was to be vegan, but there's more behind. And Moritz, it's a pleasure to have you here. Will tell us more what's behind there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Hello, everyone here and digitally. Yeah, I'm glad to tell you some insights about the last 11 years of our journey at Vegans to become one of the leading vegan food brands here in Germany and in Europe. And let me jump a little bit to the point first why we are here actually. Let me see, does it work? Yeah. As Mark mentioned already, currently we have one very dramatic situation globally, and this is that we have the rainforest which is burning down, a lot of carbon dioxide is emitted, we have a very, very high loss of biodiversity, which the scientists say is even more dramatic because the lost animals, they will not return. And at the same time, and nearly unseen, the same thing happens inside the oceans. We have an overfishing and we have an over-acidification of the oceans. And they are also a place where carbon dioxide is stored, and with the heating of the oceans, this is also emitted. And this leads to a lot of things, but one thing in particular, which is very strong, is that for the first time in generations, young people go on the street for a political cause continuously. And it's the main topic in our society, and not something abstract, but something that we have all at our doorsteps now. Climate change is a major issue. And as Mark mentioned already, 30% of the global carbon emissions, they come from animal food productions. So what does that mean? We all eat regularly 3 times a day. So by choosing what we eat, each of us individually has a very huge impact on how he shapes the future of the planet. And more people, not only in Germany, but throughout Europe, are getting conscious about that. And that's what we see in our studies. We make a European nutrition survey every year, and there are also other surveys available. And one thing we see, we have a growing number in flexitarians. So people who choose still to eat maybe meat and dairy products, but only once a week or once in 2 weeks. And they make a huge impact, and they are driver of the plant-based category because they choose different alternatives. And if you ask the omnivores, the still meat eaters, how do you think in the future, are you going to eat more meat, less meat, how is it going to be? The majority of them says, yeah, I want to change my dietary choices to be more plant-based, more healthy. And I expect that in the next 5 years, the main dietary choice in Europe will be flexitarianism. So what does it have to do with us? In 2018, we started to do a life cycle assessment of all of our 120 products together with a partner called Eternity in Switzerland. And we looked at every aspect of our product. So from the sourcing of the raw materials, transportation, production, packaging, everything is included and calculated how much is the carbon dioxide emission of that particular product, how much water is used, what about the animal welfare and the impact on the rainforest. And our products are compared to all of the food products in the German market. This is over 10,000. And there's a star ranking. So 3 stars is very sustainable. 2 stars is not destroying anything. 1 star is very bad for the planet. In that we learn a lot how are the impacts of our products, what we can change in the sourcing of our products to be more sustainable and better. At the same time, we give the consumers a guidance about the impact of their nutritional choices. And we were one of the first ones in Germany to introduce so broadly and transparently the aspects of single food choices. So, what is this about us? We are seeing ourselves actually as a brand that wants to give as many people as possible the chance to choose flexitarian products everywhere and to make an impact on a more sustainable living. And it was not always like this. So when we started out, we were a very, very small vegan supermarket chain, which opened 2011 here in Berlin, almost 11 years ago. And back then, there was nothing like a V label on vegan products. So if someone was a vegan and he wanted to eat something vegan, he had to go to a supermarket to turn around every product to understand, reading all the ingredients, is it vegan or not? So with opening that supermarket, we changed the idea of consuming vegan foods, and it was a huge success. We had lines outside the stores. We opened more stores throughout Europe, up to a point that in society the topic of healthy nutrition, veganism became more popular, and the regular retailers had called us and said, hey, do you want to sell the products also at our stores? So we became a wholesaler with the effect, of course, that the consumer said, okay, why do I have to go 1 hour to the vegan supermarket if I can find the similar products also at my Edeka around the corner 5 minutes away? So we closed our supermarkets, except for 3 that we still have here in Berlin. And we learned that the wholesale business is very difficult in terms of margin. It implies also a lot of risks. So we had shipments from vegan suppliers from all over the world. We had containers accidentally falling down while being shipped in the harbor into the sea. The whole container was lost. So it was very risky for a small company like us. And that's how we decided to say, okay, we can make a better impact if we become a brand and a producer of vegan products. And this is what we are since then and what we are shaping very, very intensely. And since last year, we are also producing our own products. We have a production for cheese alternatives and a vegan camembert alternative called Cashewbert, only with 3 ingredients. And it's extremely sustainable. It's a clean label product and very, very tasty, won a lot of awards. And we are building also other production facilities for fish alternatives and meat alternatives. So today, we are the #1 brand for climate-friendly nutrition. We have everything from breakfast to dinner, 120 products in 17 different categories. We have sweets, we have frozen foods, we have chilled products, and we sell that in 28 countries. Our core market is a DACH region, and they are available almost everywhere. So that means the regular retailers, the drugstore chains, sometimes in the discount. We are available in football stadiums, on airlines, and as well digitally, and in canteens of Aramark. You can imagine, like, for instance, Airbus canteens, which are very huge. They have our products being cooked, specifically with vegans recipes. And luckily, introducing a carbon footprint on a product, which back then was a real risk because we didn't know how would the consumer react if there's a footprint on a product and maybe it's not so good, and next to it, all the products, they don't have that. Will the people still buy our products or not? What will be the driver? So we ran some tests, we made some research, but there was still some risk involved. And today we are leading the vegan category. In some of the categories, we are the #1 brand in the vegan space. We are in the vegetarian categories among the top 5 brands, even in competitive categories like frozen pizzas. And at the same time, we can show to everyone how much carbon dioxide everyone saved altogether with us in the consumption of our products. So it became a huge driver, also because the topic of climate change is something that's discussed very emotionally. And with the scoring, we had a chance to bring it back to a more factual conversation and help everyone navigate through the field. For a very young brand, consider that we are only 11 years old, we have a very high brand awareness. You see there, Rügenwalder Mühle is a very traditional German meat brand, which is 100 years old, made also a transformation, of course, to be more plant-based. But of course, they have a different brand awareness. Katjes is mainly vegetarian. And then we are following, and we are very happy and very proud about that result. At the same time, it doesn't stop only at the sourcing and ingredients of our products. We also try to be transparent, to show and explain also on our website on key products why maybe our carbon footprint score has only 2 stars and what we can do to change it so consumers can understand the complexity of the food system. At the same time, we are a driver for sustainable packagings. We were one of the first ones who introduced a compostable plastic foil in chilled products, here like with the cheese you see here. And it doesn't stop there. So we actually did the test. We took the compostable foils, we built a box and put a camera on it and put worms inside and we're photographing regularly to see if that foil is really biodegradable or not. And we made a video, it's very funny to see, and at the end of the experiments we set the worms, of course, free to a regular field because we didn't want them to die in the box. Since we are a vegan company, every life form is important for us. And yeah, this is very, very important for us to understand what we can change. For instance, we had a pizza which had a very bad scoring in the water score, which was due to the sourcing of the olive oil and the tomatoes. So we changed the sourcing of the olive oil and the tomatoes because it was in regions where water was a very scarce source and it was not good to grow olives and tomatoes there. So we changed it and improved the score and also the impact on the environment through the product. And for us, it was a very, very big journey because since we don't produce all of the products ourselves, we have also suppliers and they have their suppliers. So to do this kind of analysis, it needed a lot of convincing and talking and experimentation till we went through that process to do that for all of our products. At the same time, we consider ourselves also as a challenger brand. So that means we are trying to be louder, to challenge the industry, to challenge the consumers, to think about differently about what they are eating, how they are eating, and what's happening to our environment at the same time. And that gives us a very unique position in the market. So subconsciously for the consumers, we are standing for adventure and excitement. You have to think of it like when you go during a lunch break to the supermarket to buy something, and maybe you had a fight with a colleague, you will buy a brand that gives you a little bit more of security. But maybe you filled out a boring Excel sheet before, then you would take a brand like Vegans that gives you a little bit of counterbalance like excitement and adventure. And we are trying to strengthen that position, of course, with our marketing efforts. And wherever we can, we join corporations to do something bigger. So when Oatly came to us and said, hey, we have that campaign, we want carbon footprint to be visible on every food product in Germany, and we want to introduce a law. Do you want to join us in the campaign? We said, of course, we do it, and we partner with them. At the same time, we found a very good partner with RB Leipzig, who said, hey, we want to bring more sustainability to the German Bundesliga. And we said, okay, let's do it. Let's make a partnership and wake up a little bit that part of the society. And it worked out very well for us. Our brand has been awarded numerous times for marketing, for innovation, as well the taste of our products. And We are always changing. We are always trying to invent new things, go the next step. For instance, also we are checking how can we improve our sourcing. We are working on projects with vertical farming and also for local sourcing of ingredients. And we are constantly looking what is wrong in the food system, why we can't shift more quickly, and what do we have to address. Thank you very much.
So let's, this mic also works. Thanks a lot, Moritz, for this great insights. I don't know, we have maybe time for 1 or 2 questions. Are there questions in the room? No one, actually?
I know that you have also your own farms in Brandenburg of like 5 hectares where you produce your own products, or for also the resources for your products.
No, what we have is we are planning a very huge production site for our fish, cheese, and meat alternatives. And for also sourcing the materials, we are looking for possibilities like vertical farming, but we don't have our own farms.
Oh, okay. So like partners which are you connected and they have some their own.
Yeah, we are working, for instance, for our cashew bed. The cashews are coming from the other side of the world, of course, from Asia, and we are working with local farmers. So the next iteration of the product, which will be launched also very soon, is that we, together with seed trays, we are making very transparent supply chain, so the consumer can see actually where the material is coming from, if everyone was paid correctly, et cetera, to strengthen also that point of view, and people can look very in detail that what we say about transparency is actually true, because it can also be done down to the blockchain transaction, and okay, better than that we can show it. There was another question there.
All right, so I'm actually a co-founder of a startup, My Cook, and as previous co-founder, I mean, as a co-founder of previous, you're not co-founder anyway. If you are aware of the ways and of the things and the factors that helped your co-founders and the company to scale up, to accelerate, that would be really appreciated before the entry of the market. And we also...
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I mean, one thing also Jan, our founder, always said that till last year, because last year we did an IPO and now the financing is a better one, of course, but up till that point, financing was always the biggest founder topic in general. And then on the other hand, to scale the company, what we did a lot was, we are a community brand. So we worked very, very closely with the vegan community back then to do events, to bring them together, to show them that veganism is really a thing, to work with them, and they were spreading also our story. So this is our base until today. So we work very closely still with the community. Like as early adopters. So if you look at the plant-based markets, there are vegans and vegetarians, and you have categories maybe like egg alternatives, which is interesting for vegans and vegetarians, but maybe not yet so much for flexitarians, which is a way bigger target, but they wouldn't be early adopters for egg alternatives, from my point of view at least. And the other thing is, of course, we work with a lot of below-the-line measures. So if you think back then, 10, 11 years ago, social media was also at a different level in certain terms. So we worked very much with Facebook and Instagram, and we did a lot of PR and media activities to bring our message across. And we still do that because it is a cost-effective way, of course, to reach your audiences. But today, okay, you have also other possibilities. You can build a D2C brand first and go digitally with performance marketing. There are also examples in the market who did it like this, and they said, okay, they generated a demand, and then they went to the retailers and said, look, we have a demand. Do you want also to bring the products to the retailers? So there are different strategies involved, and in every phase of the company, depending also on your setup in the market and the phase of growth, there are different strategies involved to do the next step.
Thanks a lot. I think we will have a lot of more questions. That's my question to you. How long will you stay here today, or will you come back in the evening?
Unfortunately, I have a meeting with my product team today to discuss some of the next products on the roadmap, but you can always contact me on LinkedIn, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So you will also not come back in the evening?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But thanks. I know you're just back from holidays since, I think, 2 days, like that. So thanks. Again, an applause. Thanks for having you here. And that you shared your insights. So now we will go on. The next topic will be the first slot of very short elevator pitches of startups. So I would like to have now on stage for the 1 minute the representatives of Just Nosh, Uflake, Powergum, Malund, Piece of Joy, and Love Bites. In that order. So we would start with Just Nosh. I don't know. You're here. So now we have still the presentations here. So the stage is yours.
Thank you.
And only 1 minute.
Absolutely, yes? It's time.
Okay. Then let's start.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Shweta, the founder of Just Nosh. Just Nosh is a minimally processed, clean label, and healthy snacking brand that brings products with an Indian influence to Europe. Do you often feel bad after eating a bowl of crispy snacks? Do you feel that you should have not indulged? We bring to you, for the first time in Europe, lotus seeds. What are they? They are pop lotus seeds of the water lily plant, and they are grown sustainably in India. They are roasted, seasoned, and packed with only natural and known ingredients. They come in 3 flavors, 2 salty and 1 sweet. In 2021, we launched Just Nosh, and we have sold more than 35,000 packets until now. We have more than 40 partners in Germany and Austria. Just Nosh is my childhood snack, and it is sure to have your back during your times of indulgence. So do not worry about the aftermath of snacking, and go along and snack right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Perfect.
Sorry.
So the next on stage will be Uflake, right? So, stage is yours.
Hi, I'm David from Uflake, and I want you to think, when you want to drink really good coffee, you would expect it to be freshly ground, right? And when you want to have the best olive oil, you want it to be cold pressed, right? Not the raffinated oil. So then I'm asking you, why do we heat treat all oat flakes to almost 100 degrees? And why are most of them old? Because why we do this is to preserve them for a long shelf life in order for us to be able to keep them that long. But you can also cold press oat flakes, not oat flakes. And you will have all of the vitamins still in there, the enzymes, and it will be fresh, and you will have the natural taste. And that's what we developed, the first cold-pressed muesli. That's us, Uflake. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Just in time. Well, next on stage will be Powergum.
All right. Hello. So I'm Thomas. I'm CEO and co-founder of PowerGum. And actually, we kicked out the energy from the energy drink into a small PowerGum. And we did that because you don't need any water anymore. We have still the same amount of caffeine, of taurine. We are without any sugar. You get even faster energy when you chew it. We have a recycled packaging. It's still a dental care chewing gum. And we have 2 flavors. One is double mint and the other one is a well-known energy flavor that you know from your energy drink that you like. So we're very young. We just launched 2 weeks ago. So I hope you will hear a lot of us from PowerGum in the next few weeks. And yeah, we're looking for customers, we're looking for partners, and maybe an investment, and hope to see you on my stand. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. So next on stage will be Malund.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marie, 28 years old, and the founder of Malund. With Malund, I'm going to change the world of savory snacks because we need more products that have an impact on our health and prevent the many nutrition-related diseases to show food can be medicine. For people who want to snack healthy, fast, natural, and savory, Malund is the perfect snack brand because we offer a revolution. Savory bars. The bars are organic, vegan, free of additives and flavors, and provide completely new taste explosions. For now, there are 3 different types: pumpkin onion, dry tomato amaranth, and paprika sweet chili. I'm a nutritionist, developed all the recipes myself, and yeah, to revolutionize the savory snack market for a better tomorrow. And now I'm looking forward to meet you at my booth.
Thanks a lot. Next is Piece of Joy. Just take the mic, please.
Hi, I'm Michelle and the founder of Piece of Joy. And Piece of Joy is all about pulses like beans, peas, or lentils, because they are an important source of plant protein, but in our Western diet, we eat them only very rarely in a few savory dishes. And this makes it difficult to meet your daily protein needs in a plant-based diet. But with Piece of Joy, I want to change this, because we want to sweeten pulses, to create innovative sources of plant protein for an easy and joyful plant-based diet. Our first product is our organic lentil granola. I hope you will see it in a second.
Sorry for the technical, I don't know what's happening, but...
Here it is.
Yeah, okay.
So it is completely grain-free and consists up to 50% of red lentils. And therefore, it's a great source of plant protein and absolutely unique on the market. And the best thing, it is super tasty and does not taste like lentils at all. To convince yourself, visit us at our booth and taste it. Thank you.
Thanks. Great job, although the technical problems. So the last is Love Bites on the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Larissa, I'm the founder of Love Bites, and let's be honest, life's too short for mediocre desserts. But as you've probably experienced yourself, most vegan treats nowadays still are very much mediocre. So they're kind of like 2 categories. They're either super healthy, sugar-free, and just not very satisfying, or you have them very processed, full of additives for a long shelf life. And that's why we came up with Love Bites. So they're vegan and organic, they're half-baked cookies in the freezer section, ready to heat at a moment's notice. They're fully organic with a very short ingredient list. They're freshly baked and then fully frozen so you can enjoy them whenever the craving hits. They're super delicious and convenient, and you can try them at our booth. And I actually forgot what this part was. Oh yeah, you can heat them up for 5 minutes. You can heat them up. We have 2 flavors, And it's the 2 customer favorites we're selling currently at 2 cafes in Berlin wholesale. And the favorite ones are macadamia white chocolate and nougat sea salt. You can try them over there. And so yeah, if you get them, you can heat them up for 5 minutes for the best gooey chocolate experience, or most eco-friendly, of course, you just defrost it for 20 minutes. And yeah, so come by and say hi.
Thanks a lot. So that was the first slot of pitches. And of course, in the break, you can also taste all these food, interesting food. And next on stage will be Patrick Franzen from Pebblewave. Warm welcome. And yeah, he will talk about how consciousness on real purpose can drive the success of sustainable food startups. Patrick is a successful founder. Now he's partner, and also he sold his company successfully. Now he's partner at Pebblewaves, and also investor in sustainable startup projects. And yeah, welcome on stage, Patrick Franzen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How does this work?
I don't know the technicals. No, it should. Is someone there of the technicals upstairs? No. No. It should be the presentation.
Yes,
yeah.
That's the one.
Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you, Mark, for having me here. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to meet you and to talk about how consciousness and purpose can drive success of startups. I'll start off with the most boring part of the presentation, explaining you what success is not. Pebblewave is an ecosystem of companies we invest in. We have 12 companies that's doing 20 million euros revenues, about 100 or more employees. Market cap of our part in those companies will be between 19 and 30 million euros. I am an engineer. I sold my company for double-digit million euros, and I'm now a partner at Pebblewave. This is not success. Even stronger, this is completely irrelevant. What's much more interesting is the story that is behind it. When I was doing this here, I have to admit, going for that exit, I was a lost soul. Trying to be smart and work hard to be successful. And every word of that sentence is wrong, except for the lost part. That was the good part about it. That's the crack in the harness that let the light in. But trying to be smart, I wasn't aware I was doing that. I was not aware that I was trying to be smart. I wasn't aware that I was working hard. I did have some idea that I wanted to be successful, but all of these parts are wrong. And why is that? Trying to be smart, I pushed away all the people that had great ideas to help me. All of them. So that's very, very, very lonely. Working hard, it's even a little bit deeper in my case. I thought that the things that go simple could not be valuable. I thought that to be valuable, you have to experience pain. It has to be hard work, and then somebody will value what you do. That resulted in the epiphany moment when I recognized that I was lost. When I was on the biggest program in my consulting company, multi-million euro deal for a large bank, 50 people working for me, and I thought, if I can get this home, I will be the man. I made it. 1 year later, the customer kicked me out and said, Patrick, this is not working. And I had to go to all my employees and tell them, and we were 40 or 50 by then, tell them that I screwed up. But still asking them, you have to be smart and work hard. So customers are happy about you. That was a very painful moment. That's now about 10 years ago, but it was the best moment of my life. Because then I started asking myself, who am I really? And why am I here, in fact? And how am I going to do things? And then I discovered 2 things. My purpose and the conscious, unconscious beliefs like these ones that were limiting me to do what I have to do. And what do I have to do in this world? I'm a people connector. So I hope to meet all of you today. I will stay after this. I will come to the party. I will be the last one on the dance floor, trying to meet all of you. Because that's what I love to do. And not just for anything, but to realize system-changing solutions that can change the world. I'm super excited about that. So if you have one, I want to meet you. And the funny part is, many people, I want to meet them. All of them. Come on in, come on in. The funny part is that the injuries that I had trying to work hard and be smart are the things that pushed my talents. I'm not super smart, but I'm smart enough to understand all these solutions. Smart enough to understand all of you that have them. And working hard, that's something of the past. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do that anymore. Life is simple. Life is in flow. So now, I advise you as well. Now my, how do you call that? Alarm clock is when something feels hard. Then I say, either I don't have to do that, or I still can learn something about myself and get more flow. Enough about me, because I'm even less important than the numbers. What does it mean to you, and what does this mean to the world? We at Pebble, we believe that these limiting beliefs and that purpose are inside each and every one of us. Everyone has those. So I invite you to think, if you're a founder or anywhere else, doesn't matter, a teacher, a professor, it's all fine, to ask yourself 2 questions. Why are you here? And what is withholding you to do that? And if you remember anything about this presentation, it's only those 2 questions that matter. So I can stop the presentation now, but I prepared some slides, so let's get on with it. Because we believe at Pebble that the world as it is today is a combination of all of us, of the limiting beliefs and also the authentic parts. So if you put a big ball, a pile of people, 8 billion or 9 billion, together, with those 2 parts, then we have the world as it is today. With all the fantastic stuff, and also with all the challenges. But that's okay, because if we can change little steps on the deepest consciousness level on these limiting beliefs, then we can solve anything, anything. And without working hard, without working hard. Never forget that. So that's what we do at Pebble. It's not about those numbers. We invest in entrepreneurs that say, yes, I want to be myself, discover these talents, get rid of those limiting beliefs, and then do what I have to do. Like the people that just were on stage. They all have something to do, something to bring. Sustainable food that is tasty. That really resonated with me, because I'm a foodie. I love tasty food, and also healthy, but sometimes it's not so, or you have to pay a lot, which is fine if you have the money, of course, but the money also just comes if you follow that. So that's the only message that I want to come across. Probably all the soft people now are super excited and say, yes, let's do it. All the analytical people say, oh, this soft nonsense, show me how it's done. It's irrelevant, like I mentioned, but I still will tell you how we do it. We have 7 pillars. If an entrepreneur says, let's do this, how you can do that? The first ones I already explained. The first one will work on the limiting beliefs. And that's actually the only driver that defines how successful you can be. The first one. The second one is, why are you doing this? So you can explicitly, very sharply, very detailed, identify why you are here. Each and every one of us, you can explicit that. And that's a challenge for a lot of people and a lot of companies. Because they think we look at the market, we're going to define what's a trend, and then we figure out some blue hole in it, or blue ocean, whatever, dot on the matrix, and say, let's do that. That's not how it works. The purpose is inside you. You just have to discover it. And if you put people together, in your company, you have 10 people, the purpose is already there. So it's just about asking those deep questions, feeling where it is, and then you know where to go. And that will be the pinnacle, the pole star of all the decisions in your company. That's the second one. And then, so still soft shit, then we translate it into the hard matter. This becomes the pinnacle of what is the most optimal business model that will actually realize that impact. And then you will see that in your current company, a lot of things do, a lot of things don't, because they do something else. And what you will also feel is that I knew that already, because it didn't work quite well. And it felt like, yeah, we have to do something, but it doesn't fit. That's in the strategy. We translate then that business model into the products. Also, the products can be optimized. Are they really achieving that impact or not? And in which order do we have to develop them? And all the rest is the same. You got it figured out by now. You look at the commercial performance, both from a hard part, which customers are we at, through which channels are we going to distribute them. It just follows that same flow. And if you optimize it in line, each pillar will reinforce and will actually make it tangible that it's possible. And without working hard, without working hard. And financially, finally, no company can work without oxygen. But if you truly follow the purpose, truly translate it in the business model, in the commerce, you can optimize it financially as well, so that you actually have the leverage to do so. And then, when money starts flowing in, everybody really believes it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. Those last two, I'll not go into detail, but maybe just this one. Of course, if you are in a company where you have limiting beliefs that are, when you encounter them, that's painful. So we need a loving way of communicating to each other so we can actually say, oh, yes, I'm doing this weird stuff. I'm trying to work hard, but I thought that was the way to go. And if you have a loving communication, then the space for these barriers opens up and people can let go of it or transform it, like we say. Well, that's it. It's simple, right? Just do it and the world is a better place. Let's give an example. To Grow is one of our companies. Now, this is one that we started ourselves. And what is the purpose of To Grow? To Grow aims to reduce 20% of global plant production space, agriculture space, and give it back to nature. So if I asked you 10 minutes ago, why are you here? And this resonates with you, but you feel it in your stomach or your heart, not in your head, here somewhere, yeah, then call me. Because we're going to do it together then. And how do we do it? We have state-of-the-art sensor technologies that actually measure every minute what happens inside the plant. So it can see all the juices flowing in the plant. It can also measure on the micrometer precisely how much the stem grows or shrinks. It can be even on leaves of flowers that are this size, we can measure every minute. And together with advice, we help growers to produce more effectively. So they shrink the space they need and eventually give it back to nature. Obviously, there are many more benefits. Energy seems to be a hot topic lately. I don't know why, but it's also a driver for that. Again, completely irrelevant information, but I just give it. We started off in the Benelux, France. We are now on every continent. Although there are small farmers here and there, growers that are using it and are on the verge of scaling completely global. 400 customers, over 15 companies. We are now at the pace that we are profitable since last year. And we have zero growth capital needed to finance our growth. So it is actually really possible. So every sensor sold, you get us the money in to buy the new one and get it shipped. It is fantastic. More interesting is, okay, what are some of the dynamics that we experienced in this company that increased the consciousness, that made very precise, formulated the purpose, and have a huge impact on purpose realization, but also on the company results. I already said the one, we're not going to work hard anymore. Another very limiting belief is that in a startup, everyone has to do some shitty tasks, things you don't like. And then people say, oh, I don't like this. Yeah, but we're a startup and that's normal. Just do it. It's such a limiting belief. No, life is simple. Life is flow. Life is energy. Do the things you like, you are good at. And then you do them well. So what we did is everyone made a list. What do I like? What do I don't like? We shared the list and we swapped the tasks. But if you don't believe that it is possible, you cling on tasks you don't like. And then you work hard. Purpose, well, the leaders need to be aligned with the purpose 100%, or at least 80%. We saw that we have some different leaders with different purposes that are compatible. So we split the company in two, and we have we have 2 leaders for one company, 2 leaders for another company. Ta-da! More energy, more direction, more clarity, better decisions, more money. Without working hard. Here, on the business model, first we did only the sensors. We thought, yeah, and then farmers, they will figure it out. They know their plants. If they see what the plant does, they will do it. Unfortunately not. They look at it and then do what they did before. So we needed, in order to realize the purpose, to bring in the advice, because that really changes the behavior of the farmers. In a classic company, you don't do that. You say, we ship more sensors, we do more countries, we do extra distribution channels, you name it. I did it when I was a business consultant and working hard. Growth is just the 3 axes. You put some more and you have more business. Here you don't. You say, how are we going to do the impact? We need service to change the behavior. And now service is driving 50% of the revenues. authentic sales. If you're a purpose-driven salesperson and you tell the person, I'm here to save the planet, and he feels you are really serious about this, and he feels that too, then you sell more. Simple. Not working hard, just connecting on purpose. You sell more. And then here, what we did, tremendous, that's the merit of my partner there, Stefan. Well, 2 years ago, we thought we were leasing the sensors. So it was only paid back after 2.5 years. So we always needed capital to pre-finance the sensors. With some magic mojo, how do you say the hocus pocus, of Stefan, which is just his talent. It takes him about 3.4 minutes to come up with another idea. We test it with farmers and say, yeah, we want to buy it. Ta-da! 800K saved. And now, of course, we all believe it's going to happen. Eh? So every sensor shipped gets us the money for the next one. So we're doing a lot of shipping lately. Well, that's it. I thank you very much for your attention. And as I'm a connector, I will be here all day. Come and talk to it. If you have questions, if you have remarks, if you believe me, if you don't, I'm happy. If you're working hard, I can give you massive tips. And I hope that you will all do what you have to do and be who you are. And then we just have a lot of fun and a great planet. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patrick. And as we heard that you will stay here until the next morning, dancing at last on the dance floor. So if you have questions, please spare them for later on, because I think also we had also some conversations and really inspiring conversations on methodology, on philosophy, on everything, on purpose. That's really interesting. Thanks a lot for sharing your insights, and we will see you later also in the break and in the evening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So let's go on with the program. We will start now the second pitch round of the elevator pitches. We will start with Cravers, then Crocus Labs, Foodle, Spawnix, Dodge, and then Real Matters. So first on the floor will be Cravers.
Hi, I'm Ozan. I'm from Istanbul. I've been living in Berlin since 2.5 years. And we are Cravers. I'm the co-founder of Cravers. And we basically do guilt-free hazelnut snacks. Cravers is a vegan habit-forming brand obsessed with hazelnuts, which means we will only focus on hazelnuts, nothing else. And everyone in the team hopefully will become a hazelnut nerd. And we are making guilt-free and healthy products without compromising on taste. And we aim to become the global hazelnut company. We are not naive, we are going after the you-know-who brand. Let's see if we're gonna get there. We started with 7 SKUs, 7 products, 4 are them spreads. The chocolate hazelnut spread is just being launched, hopefully soon in Berlin as well. And we have 3 hazelnut snacks, basically energy balls. I will be talking more about them in the afternoon. And thanks.
Thanks a lot. Next will be, just have a look, will be Crocus Lab.
Yep.
Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much. Let's see if the magic of technology is going to work. Otherwise, you can close your eyes and use your imagination, and then come to our stand and see. All right, great. Hi everyone, my name is Galina, I'm co-founder of Crocus Labs, and we're building smart LED solutions that are going to change the future of horticulture. But about this in a second, and now, okay, so what I wanted to say is that today at the event many people were talking about locally grown food and about food security. But the thing is, can we actually grow high quality, affordable tomatoes here in Germany throughout the whole year? Well, we can, of course, but the problem is up to 80% of costs of indoor farms come from artificial lighting. And with current energy prices, many of them are going to shut their operations for the winter, so we might not have tomatoes. We are building super efficient LED solutions. We combine our proprietary driver, our own LED chips, and a bunch of sensors and the software, so we bring energy efficiency up. And I'm going to scroll through the slides. This is the awesome stuff we've been doing. And I will be happy to talk more about what we do. You can see our light. You can test the tomatoes at our stand next to the hazelnut guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next one on stage will be Foodle.
Hi, everybody.
Just hold on a second. We'll switch in the slides, but here we go.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex from Foodle. And so imagine you're starting a restaurant in Germany. The first thing you're going to have to do is to create a plan. So you need a concept, a menu, a business plan, and finally a location where your business can really thrive. Then you have to incorporate. So you need to get a GmbH status, pay some legal fees. Then you need to get licenses, go through a German bureaucratic system. And finally, you can get your equipment and staff. So at this point, you're 12 to 15 weeks in, 50 to 60K in debt. And congrats, you've got a 20% chance of success after 5 years. So this is really where our solution comes in. We want to build a platform where we rent out licensed kitchens that are already existing, as well as our own food-alone kitchens. And our current state is quite exciting. We created a landing page so we can start onboarding new customers. And we've started running our first test ads. We're with a very low customer acquisition cost, but they entered their email, and so we can't really say that the concept is proven yet, but we're definitely going to get there with our amazing team. So thank you.
Thanks. The next one will be SpawnX.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So my name is Vladimir, and I'm CEO and founder of SpawnX. We build mushroom city farms. We talked today much about the risks and the future of food retail chains. And only this year, only from heat wave in Europe, we lost like 10 million tons of food just wasted. And meanwhile, we are wasting 50% of mushrooms produced worldwide. This is another 6 million tons. And this happens in the world where we can make steaks, burgers, leather, or furniture from mushrooms. There is something wrong, I think. So we developed a mushroom city farming system that is effective, sustainable, and profitable, and can reduce 90% of the mushroom loss through the production cycle. Our purpose here is to provide mushroom growing technology to make the mushroom industry sustainable, provide local, weather-independent food source, and reduce food shortage in the world. I haven't brought a mushroom farm with me, sorry, but you can ask any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next on stage will be Dodge.
Thank you. Oh, clicker.
Hi everyone, my name is Veronica, and at some point my two co-founders and I were wondering how is it ecologically sane to to throw away, melt down, and reproduce glass food containers instead of just reusing them. This picture, so throwing a glass after one drink is obviously insane, right? But how is it sane to throw away a bottle every time, especially if we have all the infrastructure in Germany? So we set out for another way, a system change. We at Dodge are developing a reuse system for glass food containers, starting with edible oils. How? We are developing a standardized oil bottle with oil producers that the consumers can just bring back into the vending machines instead of throwing them away into the glass container. Reuse is the system change our climate and our resources need right now, and we at Dodge make reuse possible, efficient, and fun. Oops. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Last but not least, in this session, real matters.
Hi, I'm Alex, and I'm from Real Matters. So, a sustainable food and agriculture system offers one of our best shots at reversing climate change. And food businesses, even if they play a key role in transforming this, they are still super locked in what is a linear and productivist model. But change is possible. We are Real Matters, and we support food businesses in going circular. And for this, we've developed a methodology that is grounded in 2 years of research, which fosters circular innovation processes. So we take businesses on learning and transformation journeys that unlock change and lead to those products and services that manage to regenerate our food systems. So, sorry. We exist because we want to bring about the needed change in a sector that has a huge impact. And with our iterative, system-centric, and transdisciplinary methodology, we believe we bring a unique approach to start redefining what our food systems look like. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And now we will go on with a panel talk, or talk panel. And we will talk about Berlin. Berlin food starters, what Berlin offers to food startups. Please welcome on stage Jens Wölki, Eldad Arnon, Ozan Ako-Yün, sorry for maybe the wrong pronunciation, Larissa Wiens, and Lukas Neuss from Kitchen Town. And our moderator will be Thomas Andersen. He's a startup coach from Berlin, also involved in the IBB program, right, as a mentor and coach. And we will hear and learn what Berlin really offers to food startups, because it's the so-called capital in Germany for food startups and startups. Maybe other people will not think so, but maybe you can convince us. So I hand over the mic and give also some mics to them.
Great, thank you, Mark. Yeah, my name is Thomas Andersen. I'm a startup coach and consultant since 18 years here in Berlin. So I know a lot of faces. And before that I was in marketing and sales in food and other industries. So first of all, I just want to introduce you to my lovely panel. Ladies first, Larissa Wiens. She's founder of Love Bites Berlin. She has had her 1-minute pitch already. In a way is veganism to save animals and the planet. That's her mission. The planet, sorry. How does she do it? Produce sustainable, organic, and vegan baked goods as frozen food. Until 21, she was graphic and web designer in Berlin and Amsterdam. So then we have Lukas Neuss. He's the co-founder and CEO of Kitchen Town since May 2018. I looked it all up in your LinkedIn profile. Kitchen Town is a startup hub for food and beverage in Berlin, well known. He's investor, advisor, and founder of Noise Ventures, very early so since April 22. And before that, he was digital manager at Balsen, who is also a big German company, also has invested in Kitchen Town, as I know. Yeah, then we have Ozan Akugün. I hope I had the right pronunciation. He's co-founder of Cravers, had his hazelnut-based product pitch already. He's creative director and entrepreneur, co-founder also of Paleworks. That's a creative studio for art and design, architecture and installation, which he founded in February 27. He is Master of Fine Arts from Bauhaus University Weimar and also Bachelor of Arts of a Turkish university. I can't speak out. Then we have Eldad Arnon. He's founder and CEO of Tupu, and this is a carbon neutral food production. And he has vast experience in food tech because he was international product manager at Delivery Hero and also head of product and director of digital products of InFarm, one of the market leaders or the market leader of vertical farming. He is Bachelor of Economics and Communication from Tel Aviv University. And last but not least, Mr. Jens Wölki. He's Manager Innovation at Berlin Partner since October 2015. So he is long also in Berlin Innovations. What does Berlin Partner do? They support companies, investors, and academia in finding partners and access founding. He started his career as commercial manager at NBW, one of our big four of energy suppliers. So, and our topic definitely is how does Berlin foster the startup scene? What can we do? And to start from the general point of view, I want to ask Mr. Jens Wölki, write this question. What does Berlin do for startups?
A lot.
We hope so.
Yeah, first of all, it's a good start for food startups because Berlin has quite a huge consumer market. I mean, not only Berlin, but also the surrounding area with almost 6 million consumers. Then there's a great research and science landscape. And there are also many institutes, agencies that support this kind of companies like food startups. For example, Berlin Partner, but also Chamber of Commerces, and there are many accelerators, incubators, so many agencies that support businesses in food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know that we are great. That's why the last ranking was Berlin is top in Europe as a startup. So they asked 1,000 startups all around Europe, and all the majority said, okay, we go to Berlin. Ozan has said that especially to me, and before the show he said, okay, I wanted to come to Berlin to get all the facilities here, to find co-founders, to find personnel, to find people who do that. Great, but Eldad, tell us, how will carbon-free fruit production work? That is one of your topics.
Definitely, happy to. So we are cultivating mushrooms indoor vertically. Mushrooms are an amazing crop because they are highly nutritious, also great meat alternative, and they can grow on side streams, meaning we can convert side streams of production into raw materials and then grow food out of that and feed the local community, feed the city. By that, we can create a circular economy when we can reuse and recycle natural resources and create this carbon-free production. So this is actually Tupu, and that's what we do. We cultivate here in Spandau. And what Berlin has to offer? So first of all, Berlin is a great ecosystem, because Berlin is one of the top cities in the world to adopt smart city technologies, out of the 10. And it's really kind of aligned with our solution, with our alternative, where we are providing an alternative to conventional farming, and from the centralized model moving to the decentralized model when we grow in cities. In addition to this, Berlin has a pretty great trends that supports our mission. More people becoming vegan. We see more and more vegan and vegetarian restaurants are opening every day. We see that even universities, the canteens there are changing the menu to be veggie and to be vegan. Only one day of a fish or a meat out of 1 week. So the trends are really aligned. And if we look also at the organic market, Berlin has vast retailers that offer actually organic and bio products. And mushrooms are a great solution for that, both to feed the cities of the future in a more sustainable and healthy way.
Yeah, thank you. So that was a great praise for Berlin as well. Larissa, is veganism really coming up, or are there too many omnivores who really are on the meat side? We always see the beef clubs everywhere popping up, sometimes going down. What do you think? What is the end of the fight?
Well, I mean, I still definitely hear the protein, what about protein question a lot still, but I haven't gotten but bacon though in a long time, so that's a really good thing. Let's just say I've lived in Amsterdam for 10 years, and there was also a very big vegan market, and I saw the rise there. I came there in 2010, and then I moved back to Berlin in 2020, and it's been a really nice change to see how much Berlin has grown in terms of vegan opportunities and just options in the last 10 years. Because I remember when Vegans was the one tiny store, and it's amazing to see them now everywhere. And it's just really, as someone that's vegan for the animals, it just makes me so happy. And I feel there's definitely a shift. I went to an organic food fair the other day, and it was mainly vegan companies. There were a few dairy ones, and it kind of had almost a weird touch, but I'm of course also in my vegan bubble a lot, and I'm aware of that, but it's really interesting to see that more and more people are switching towards the plant-based one, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that vegan products are becoming tastier and are not the way they used to be 10 years ago, where everything tasted of cardboard.
Yeah. We discussed that before, that, veganism is nice, but if it doesn't taste, it won't get the customers to buy it again. Lucas, how can accelerators and investors support the Berlin foodies? You have a nice hub there, Kitchen Town.
Thank you.
It's an international one, so it started off in the United States, I'm informed, for the concept.
Yeah, that's right.
And you do it here since 2018.
Yeah.
What is your international perspective of the food trends Larissa just mentioned?
Yeah, that was a lot of questions. So maybe to start with, I think that obviously we chose Berlin as a place for our Kitchen Town hub. Yep. The first one was in California. Actually we're a little bit strengthening what Berlin was great at already before, which we just heard, venture, creativity, international talent, great people coming to Berlin, and really creating something that Berlin is today, a hub for sustainable food in a certain way, or the vegan capital of Europe, something like that. I think that these effects are still going forward, and more investors of the original Berlin venture scene are also adapting to climate tech and also food tech and biotech and all that. but still there are also some limitations, I would say, which is mostly on the academic side and on the technology side, because we're also feeling that maybe the first wave is really going forward still. But in order to really solve the big problems of the food system and on the whole value chain, I think that we would have to have a much more technological and more scientific approach to really get to the real important stuff. So, and this is still something that we are lacking, and also holds true for Berlin as a city, I feel.
Sure. I got lots of other questions, but perhaps from someone from the audience, the panel right now has a specific question, so we have time for that. Now? No? Okay. Mark, come on.
Thanks, Lucas, for pointing that academical lack out a little bit. My question would be for the representative of Berlin. Are there any activities on that? We know that there is also a big food startup spaces in construction or in development. As I know the landscape, the scientific landscape, we have in the south of Germany, we have the FH Weinstefan. We have in the south in Stuttgart, we have agriculture, we have Wageningen. In the Netherlands, we have the ETH in Zurich. So maybe the scientific should not be here, but better connected to Berlin. That was also something what I have discussed, I think, some years ago, also with Lucas and other people, to connect these scientific centers more to Berlin, because Berlin has a great startup culture from the people, but they are not good connected to the scientific locations in the DACH region like that. Are there any developments from the Berlin Senate or?
May I? Yeah, actually, what you mentioned is exactly what we do. We believe that we shouldn't trade in products, but we should trade in knowledge. And our CTO is in Wageningen in the Netherlands. Our lab is over there. And the reason, because we know that there's a lot of science and research, and we would like to leverage that. Today, when we are living in an online era, we can exchange knowledge very easily. The lab can provide a lot of information and a lot of research here to Berlin, and vice versa from the operation to Berlin, we can bring it back to Wageningen. So we are trying kind of to expand our mycelium network and knowledge and to bring it actually Europe-wide. And this is actually, I think, the solution on how to create global knowledge rather than centralize it in one location.
Mr. Welke?
Yeah, I agree on that. And also, I mean, Berlin is the capital city, so also scientists from the south, of course, they're somehow connected already to the capital city. And also for example, by other companies like from Turkey, they settle their business down in Berlin. So I think it's quite a lot going on already, also an exchange somehow, because the food community also, I think people know each other already a lot. And I mean, in Berlin, there are some trade fairs, for example, some conferences going on, also a lot like vegan conferences, and I think that are platforms where a lot of exchange happens already.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree on the point that already a lot of good stuff is already happening, but my point is really that most of the time it's really by coincidence, and I don't see so much here, at least on the national level in Germany. I'm not a big fan of cities fighting against each other, so that does not make sense at all. But at least on the national level, my feeling or my perception is that we do not have a clear agenda, and the good combinations of science in the south and maybe a startup in Berlin or an incumbent industry company from Switzerland or wherever. So this is not happening really at scale. And in order to really move the whole system forward, we would have to enter a new level in this respect, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Apart from the science, we do have some macroeconomic factors right now hindering us or hindering innovation. Mark did that in his first keynote very well. And my question would be, how are you as a startup blocked by these 3 black swans, he said. So it is climate change, it is, of course, Corona crisis, still lurking. We all hope for a smooth winter. And the third one was the war, yeah, Ukrainian war. Oh yeah, we tend to forget that, see that in every news. How much is this and the, of course, indirect consequences of material shortage, staff shortage, and things like that impending you? Could you start?
Hi. As you know, I'm coming from a branding side, and I just moved Berlin 2.5 years ago, but I still consider myself as a Berliner. And what we learned so far is we have to change the customer behavior. Otherwise, nothing's gonna change. The politicians will not gonna do much for you. You have to demand, so you have to change. And when we start the business with my partners, the hard part was the supply chain, obviously. When I hear the story from vegans dropping the whole container to, oh my God, to the ocean, that will kill us immediately for sure. And but for that, what I do believe is maybe I am biased in that perspective, because you have to make things appealing, affordable, and also tasty. Otherwise, nothing's gonna happen. And that part is affecting us really hard, for sure, because to make something affordable and also right is hard. There are so many different pillars. We are fighting in so many fronts as a small startup, and the whole industry is driving you to do the wrong thing when it comes to numbers. So let's see how it goes. We are super in the beginning of our journey, but we have to, challenge the status quo. Otherwise, nothing is going to change.
Larissa, what are the fronts you are fighting at?
I mean, I can really relate. Let's just say kind of when I saw the pillars, you're basically just strengthening the point for anything vegan with the climate crisis and everything. But the war, of course, was a problem because, let's just say, our main ingredient is wheat flour, so didn't really know that Ukraine was the biggest supplier of that until the war happened. And of course, like the increase in prices and now adjusting the prices, and as a startup, of course, like I'm still bootstrapping everything, so the whole seeing the prices rise and getting basically an email with a new price list from the suppliers every month, and you just kind of have to deal with that. That's really difficult, and particularly the customer doesn't really see you as a startup and someone that's building it from scratch. They are used to big corporations, so if I don't have the money for like a very sustainable packaging, I know the customer's not gonna give a shit that I don't have the money for that. They're just gonna be like, well, yeah, but why don't you? But we're totally fine with like buying plastic bottles of Coca-Cola. So it's just kind of like this whole damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it's like trying to find a balance in between that. So I think it's just an issue with staying affordable, as Ozan said, like staying affordable, and for that you do need investors and connections to kind of do the right thing, because it was interesting to see the Vegans founder just say how he went. And they scaled up like slowly but surely. The more money you have, the more good you can do, but you have to get there first.
Yeah. But to come back to our title of the discussion, I think to get the connection to founders, to suppliers, to all stakeholders you need as a food startup, Berlin is quite a good place. And I think we can all agree on that. And probably our time has run up right now. You can see all the panelists in the break as well. Ask them directly. And I thank you very much for attending.
Okay, Thanks a lot, Thomas. Thanks a lot for the panelists for having for being here and exchanging also, I think, very interesting discussion, and it should go on. We will have, after 7 minutes or so, we will have the break then. But first, I also a warm applause again to the panelists. Thanks. And now we will have the last pitching session, and you can stay there or you can move. Thanks a lot. And hopefully we will have great discussions afterwards. Thanks. So the last round will start. Let me see. Let me have a look. The last round with the 1 minute will start with Honest and Rare, and then Era Zero Waste. And what I guess is that Era Zero Waste didn't send us a 1 minute pitch, but I guess they will just do it without slides. Then we will have Mike Cook on stage, good job. And then last but not least, Essentia. And I think Essentia also didn't send us a 1 minute pitch, but they will speak just on the stage. So first will be Honest and Rare. Welcome to stage. Just hand over the mic.
Is that the clicker?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. All right. Honest and Rare is the online marketplace for unique beverages. We enable customers to find and buy non-mainstream drinks. There are more than 35,000 beverage producers only in Germany, and around 80% of them are small, mostly hidden brands. Their problem is distribution, often lacking marketing knowledge or money to reach a bigger audience. On the other side, more and more customers want original, high-quality drinks instead of the standard mass products from the supermarket. But it's impossible for customers to overlook the market and to easily access a wide range of beverage alternatives. The solution is one marketplace to connect providers and customers. We create a platform so that all products can become visible and customers get access to the full beverage landscape. For that, we provide sellers with online shop solutions and immediate online visibility. We do that with a strong team of marketing specialists, marketplace experts, and huge drink fans like myself. Cheers, thank you.
Era Zero Waste, correct? Stage is yours.
Thanks. Oh, no, I don't.
It will be the first 1 minute pitch without slides.
Maybe remove his slides? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Livia from Era. Our purpose is to make food supply chains shorter, transparent, and reduce all the waste that happens along the way. Era is a decentralized platform, expanding the concept of farm cooperatives to the whole groceries list. We offer tasty, healthy, plastic-free groceries delivered to your doorstep. It's a subscription of your weekly supermarket list directly from producers. And people love Era. In 4 months of operations, we reached 10K in monthly recurring revenue and 68% retention. That's pretty big for this market. Our team has led tech teams at Delivery Hero, created the digital strategy of global consumer brands, and expanded grocery retail to several countries. We're bootstrapped, operationally cash flow positive. Yes, that's possible in groceries. And we're raising our pre-seed round already with some commitments. Welcome to the Zero Waste Era.
We are living in the most technological century, but still food is a problem. The food is not available everywhere. Even if it is available, usually it's available limited hours. It is expensive, and if you look to vending machines, the only thing you can get out of it is called snacks. And besides, usually pre-cooked food that is not being sold is being thrown. But we have a solution. The new generation of vending machines that provides completely fresh hot dogs, which is using completely fresh ingredients. And you get the food after your order only. Okay.
Sorry for the technical inconveniences, but maybe.
All right. And
We'll
because the
just go
innovation.
on. Now it goes on.
Yep. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. And because it's technological and innovational nature, the process is way faster, it is way cheaper, it occupies very little space, it can operate 24/7, and the whole process is transparent. So it's very entertaining to watch it. We strongly believe that the food should be available and affordable for everyone. We think that there shouldn't be anyone in the world who is hungry. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next on stage will be Good Job.
So, hello everybody. I'm Will from Good Job. I'm happy to be here today, and I would like to show you what we do. Actually, we found a solution for companies to get rid of plastic bottled water itself by providing tap water-based water dispensers. So that's actually nothing so new. A lot of companies are doing this for a long time now, but we still have the problem. 3 million tons of CO2 emitted by bottled water every year, so that's more than the air traffic in Germany alone. So we really need to make bottled tap water drinking more attractive, also in companies. So our idea is to really make an attractive, appealing water dispenser and also measure the consumption, showing the benefits, the ecological benefits of drinking tap water, as well as giving from the savings that we have from avoiding bottled water and drinking tap water to social causes that then can do cool stuff, social initiatives here in Berlin or elsewhere, like, for example, also Viva Con Agua that you might know. So if you're interested in social ecological water, please come to our stand. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And last but not least on stage will be Essentia, if they are around, or maybe they're over there, I don't know. I will have a look. Essentia. Not here? No, then we will leave that. So, unfortunately, what I have detected now is that they are not here, but maybe later on in the evening they will do the pitch. Yeah, thanks a lot for this first session part. We will now have a break until 3 o'clock, and we will start again on time at 3 o'clock here again. So enjoy the food, enjoy the drinks at the bar, and enjoy also the tastings over there at the exhibition at the startups. Yeah, let's have us great conversations about sustainability, about food startups, about agriculture in the future. Thanks a lot for this moment, and see you again at 3. Thanks. I know it's disturbing the networking, but we will move on. Just come in. I can also speak a little bit louder. So the break is over. Sorry for the break. But you really should move over now. And you can go on with networking afterwards. So next on stage will be someone really interesting, talking about the 10 do's and don'ts for food startups. I know it's hard. But we will start now. Well, next time. Well, I don't know. I think they hear us. Inza, come on. Let's go on stage. Yeah, I hope so that the technical guy is also aware that we will have the presentation of Inza now about the 10 do's and don'ts for startups. Sebastian, can you switch the presentation to Inza Horsch now? Thanks.
Perfect. That looks good.
So, thanks a lot, Inza, to be here and to come on stage. We just closed the door.
Don't know how
thanks
to
a
organize
lot.
myself with only 2 hands, but I will manage it.
I can also click for you if you like that.
I will manage it. I just
Okay,
put it away.
perfect.
First of all, a very warm welcome. I'm delighted to be here talking about startup rules, 10 do's and don'ts for startups. And the clicker doesn't work.
Oh, no. You have to switch it on.
I did.
No.
I tried to.
No.
So there's another button. Perfect. So before I want to start, I just want to introduce myself briefly, because just that you get an idea who I am. So I'm Inza Horsch, Mark already said that. I'm into food basically since forever, since ages. I started my career at, I'd say, normal, boring corporate companies. So I started at Ferrero, then I moved on to Schwartau, Kühne, Hero, so all the basically corporate stuff. And then after more than 10 years, I found myself in kind of a crisis and was like, okay, this doesn't have any impact at all. So I founded the Open Kitchen Startup Consultancy, which is a consultancy with a clear focus on branding and marketing. Okay. And then, because this was not enough, we founded as well the Growth Stock Business Builder, because we do consulting for startups, mostly for food startups for sure. But what we do as well is we invest in food startups. So I'm here from a consultancy perspective, but also from an investor's perspective. And from this perspective, I'd want to start to share like the 10 do's and don'ts with you. And I'm happy to discuss them later on. So, yes, the clicker works, that's good. Let's dare to begin. What do you guys expect from this talk? So I guess you expect like 10 perfect tips, and then after you are hearing the tips, then you're rising with your startup and everything is going to be perfect. I'm really sorry, but these aren't the tips that I have for you guys. Because the sad story is, I might even have 1,000 tips or 100 tips, but the thing is, it's not like you do have 10 perfect tips and they are just usable for every specific startup. Every startup is different, every founder is different, every concept is different, every market is different. So it's not about the 10 perfect tips and then you're done. So what I've done is I've chose my how to say, just my 10 best tips I can imagine right now. And as I just said, let's them discuss later on. Maybe you can add some, maybe you have another experience, so I'm always happy to discuss. But now let's start, because this is basically my tip 0. Just dare to begin. So no over-engineering, just start. So this is what it's about in startup life, right? As I am from the marketing perspective always, and as my heart is for branding, this is definitely my first tip. It's all about creating a relevant brand story. So what you can say is finding the right branding is key, but developing the right positioning is even more important. So that means I truly believe in the power of brands, because brands are basically like a compass for everything. They are like your star, so you always follow the identity of your brand. And I've just want to share a very interesting story with you guys, because I've just recently listened to a Gründerszene podcast, and the topic was about how to get fundings within this quite tough timings, or within this quite tough surrounding. And the answer was, timing was never ever even better for startups and brands that serve a real consumer need. So if you do have a product market fit with your startup, with your brand, then you're very well prepared. So that's the message about how important is branding, how important a product market fit is, and then you can be a little bit more relaxed than maybe other startups during these times. And the thing about branding is it's not only about the name of your brand. So it's not about, for example, the Malund, the perfect savory snack bars out there. It's about everything which belongs to the brand. It's about the platform for all the things that you're doing. And this platform we do call positioning. So it's about the positioning model of your brand. So if you want to keep one sentence in mind, just keep in mind, branding is king, positioning is King Kong. So this is very important for you. And just a little spoiler, at the end of this presentation, I do have a QR code for you, because we at Open Kitchen, we invented our own positioning model only for food startups. So, and later on, you can just take a picture of the QR code, and then you get linked to our positioning model. Maybe that helps you to go ahead with this tip number 1. So let's go ahead with tip number 2. Choose your sales channel wisely. Because when you start, and I know how you feel, so maybe you just started your brand and you want to bring the product out in the whole world. Or maybe you have even already produced your first products and want to prove your MVP. Or you already have some traction and think about how to scale up right now. So what to do? Is the case in this thing always the more the merrier? I'd say no, to be honest. So there are so many different options for sales channels, D2C, B2C, B2B, and something in between as well. And my advice is choose wisely, because if you once starting to serve a sales channel, you always have to think about the whole supply chain. That means if you start serving this particular channel, then you always have to serve it during Easter times, during Christmas times, or maybe even during tough times when the demand of your product is quite big. So think about it wisely. And what you should do as well is think about your target group, because sometimes they are very, I'd say, common sales channels like D2C brands or D2C marketing, but they are not suitable for your target group. If you have a very old target group, let's say it like this, maybe they don't want to buy your product via the internet platforms. So just change it or choose it wisely, and always think about the whole supply chain. Hug your competitors. That's my tip number 3. One of my favorite words is co-opetition. Co-opetition is basically something between competition and cooperation. So there is always enough room or space for everybody. This is what I truly believe. And within our industry, within the food industry, The food industry is so important, and the food industry is basically one of the most important industry within the next decade. That means there are so many tough decisions which need to be made, and there are so many tough topics as well around the world, and everybody has to eat. So the impact, if something changes within our food industry, is quite huge. That means it is a good sign if there are lots of competitors working on the same topic. For example, today we have, like, I don't know, 2 or even 3 startups about mushrooms or mycelium. And this is something good, it's not something bad. The only thing what you have to do to keep in mind is my first advice regarding the brands. So if you have a proper positioning and if you have your product market fit just nicely prepared, then you're safe. And then you're always one step ahead of your customer, of your competitor, and then you can hug him, learn from him, maybe try to cooperate with him or her, and then you're gonna be safe. Next tip, very crucial as well. Your business can only grow as far as you do. So you are a leader. You are a founder, you are a leader, and since you just spend time and effort in personal development, your business can grow as well. This is definitely something which I truly believe in, especially when it comes to things like going out of your comfort zone. So they are, as founder life is always something crazy and like a roller coaster, there will be tons of topics which you don't like or which are out of your comfort zone. So I know that. But this is where you start basically to grow. And this is the thing or the place where we all want to go to. So we all want to grow. And you as a leader, you have to be a role model for your team. And you have to be a role model for yourself. So definitely invest in yourself. This is very important. And then your startup can definitely grow as fast as you can do. 80-20. So this is one of my favorite ones. You can call it Pareto principles, you can call it no nitty-gritty, no over-engineering, focus, however you want to. Most important thing is that you behave like this. So no over-engineering, never ever, and not in startup business. For example, when I had my corporate career and we had team meetings, the slides and charts for the team meetings, they were always polished. So we took at least a week to polish the silly slides for the team meeting. Completely silly, as I just said. So you will never ever do this as a startup, I'm sure, and I don't recommend it to do so. The thing about the Pareto principles, or 80-20, is that you definitely have tasks that you do like, and you have tasks that you don't like. For example, I do love to write our newsletter. I do love to hold speeches like today. What I don't like is all the finance stuff in my company. So for me, it's quite easy to over-engineer in preparing slides for a speech or to over-engineer in writing the nicest newsletter ever. What I will never do is over-engineer my financials. So this is not the thing about Pareto principles. Pareto is always to keep the focus. So just ask yourself, what is the big picture for this week, for today, maybe for the month or for the year, and then follow on this big picture and just avoid nitty-gritty stuff. So no nitty-gritty stuff as a startup. You don't have time anyway. This is one of my favorites. Think big. Think big is really important. Imagine yourself being on a nice party. So, and you have a discussion in the kitchen and someone answers after you told him something about your business. Oh, nice. You have a nice and little cookie startup right out from your kitchen. Oh, this is quite interesting. So if someone replies something like this, you're either on the wrong party, or you did a very bad elevator pitch, or you don't think big. And this is the thing. Because what do you want to that people think? You are building up a freaking cookie enterprise. So this is your story. Your cookies are being sold all over the world. This is the story. Because they are so good, they're gonna change eating habits. Why? Because they are vegan and they taste absolutely brilliant. So this is the spirit. And it's all about mindset. Don't think too small. So for example, I don't want to hear any German branding, because with German branding, it's quite tough to go international. I know Volkswagen is just right to us and they're gonna do quite well, we know. But anyway, no German branding. I don't want to see any Einzelunternehmer. So if you want to rule the world, just think about an LLC, a GmbH or something like this. And you need a trademark, definitely, at least a European one. But think big. So this is very important, because be always prepared to be super successful. If you think too small, and then by occasion you find an investor or something really great happens, then you aren't prepared. So think big, aim high. This is very important. Team is king. If you aim high and if you think big, you cannot do this alone, right? You always need people to help you, to be side by side. Maybe you're dead, but you definitely need a team as well. So what you think when you're about to hire people for your team is one crucial thing, because on perfect people, they do cost money. So and don't think about this money when you hire them. If you hire quite cheap people, then you get cheap services. You know the sentence, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So you know this. So better don't pay peanuts, but hire the right people for your startup, for your, as I said, cookie enterprise. So therefore you need very good people, and for sure they cost some money, but they are worth it, because together with them and with their help, you can gain your vision, or you can achieve your goals, and you can just basically be super successful as you want to be. And since you do have your team, so since every employee is on board and you are a great team, treat them very well. And by treating them well, I don't mean 30 days of paid leave, fruit baskets, massage, and stuff like this. This is nice, but this is not what I'm talking about right now. Challenge them, push them, ask them about their goals. So take them serious, basically, and supports them to reach their personal goals. So this is very important. Basically, this is my definition of leadership. And you have to be a really good leader when you want to be a successful founder, and when you want to, be super successful. Next thing, so it's still about people. It's now about your community. You cannot sell any single product without someone who wants to buy it. So just take care of your community, take care of your target group, talk to them, interact with them, just double check what are their preferred social media channels, and then just ask them about their beliefs, what they want to, and just always interact with them. It's basically the same as with your employees, so take them for serious, and just think about them. And you will learn and sell, not only learn, but also selling a lot due to good community management, I promise. And now it's about the pitch deck. So I guess most of you guys do have a pitch deck. And I'd say it's about more than 20 pages or slides. And this is not what pitch decks are in this year about. So pitch decks are about an intro or an invitation. So if you have a pitch deck which is like 8 to 10 slides, and the number of slides doesn't count, it's more the style of the pitch deck, because a pitch deck is only the first start or the first course, you can say. So what you do when you do have a pitch deck, you go on events like this, for example, or maybe on dinner parties or something like this, and you talk to people, because it's all about connection, it's all about networking, and then as a follow-up, you can send them your pitch deck. But don't do this cold call stuff like info@blah, blah, blah, and wrote somebody your pitch deck. This doesn't work, especially not during these times where most of the people think about if they want to spend money at least twice or even 3 times. So just see your pitch deck basically as an invitation to talk and to get to know you. Because pitch decks are just a starter, and then everything just comes later on. Now we are nearly done, and this is as well one of my favorite tips, because don't forget to pamper yourself. You know the saying, so being a founder is not a sprint, but a marathon, and it's exactly like this. And the sad thing is, no one, definitely no one, will thank you or even realize or maybe even help you after you worked for, let's say, 2 years, 24 hours, all day long, 24/7, and then you're in a burnout situation. So if something like this happens, we can say, I feel very sorry for you, but no one will help you. And nothing will happen, basically. It is, as I said, it is quite tough. So pamper yourself, be nice with yourself, make breaks, and always think about your personal development just to get new energy from somewhere. This is very important. So we are quite close to the next break, I'm promising. But as I just said, now take your cameras ready, please, because I promised you guys the QR codes. And there we are having the first one. This is our checklist. I'm just waiting a few seconds. Okay, you're done, I guess. Not yet. Okay, and I do have a second QR code because I told you already it's all about networking, it's all about stay in contact. And I'd love to stay in contact with you, just chat about this 10 do's and don'ts. Maybe you can add 10, maybe you can, I don't know, erase some. Just let's stay in contact. I'm going to be very happy. Oh, danke, Mark. And there is a last one on core, and then I'm gone, promised. Stay humble. So this is very important. What brought you here won't bring us there. Stay humble, and then everything is going to be okay.
Thanks a lot, Inza. Thanks a lot. Very, very good tips. So just hold on a second. Maybe there are some questions, because I have one question. Okay. First of all, I like the idea of having a pitch deck as a conversation starter.
Yeah.
As not everybody knows maybe here, but my main profession is doing word-of-mouth marketing, and word-of-mouth always works best if you have conversation starters. Yeah. And that's a really splendid inspiration. Now my question is about build your community, and you were talking about social media, but social media is very superficial. You cannot directly contact the persons. It's really very hard. And some other companies are just starting now, also bigger and smaller companies, to invest in their own build real community, like we also do at Crowdfoods. We have a digital community. It's like a closed LinkedIn, something like that. But these are our contacts. We don't have this algorithm problematic. There's no gatekeeper like Mr. Zuckerberg, who's always telling, if you want to reach your followers and fans, you have to pay for advertising. So what do you think? Is it in the future more about social or more about building real own communities?
The second one, definitely. I think that the world is changing a lot right now. So there is a new decade. It's all about networking. It's all about connection. And I think with this fact that everything is about connection, there will be more, let's say, real networks who are important or which are important. And therefore, networks like Crowdfood or some specific city networks for startups or something like this, they're going to be more important for sure.
And I also think if you think about direct-to-consumer marketing, then you have your own channel, and you can build out of that first relation with an email contact a real community about that.
Absolutely.
Direct conversation.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Just raise your hand. No? No more questions? So you understood every of the 10 do's and don'ts?
Otherwise,
Great.
just drop me a mail.
Inza will be later on also in the panel. She will be also the moderator for the award ceremony, also part of the jury. And she will also have a special prize, award prize. So you will see her later on the whole evening. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. And just a spoiler, the prize is about positioning models and brandings, as you can imagine.
Okay, thanks. And I hand over the mic to Thomas. Now we will hear how a fresh new startup will do all this social stuff. It's a pleasure to have you here, Thomas.
Thank you.
He's a serial entrepreneur, a lot of experiences, and he has also built an influencer marketing platform. That right?
Yep.
And that's why you're also here to present how you can, scale up your startup. And the best example is Power Gum. Stage is yours.
Thank you.
So, can we have the slides from the technical side? Thanks.
All right. So welcome again. I'm on stage again. That never happened before, I think. So, and I will be on stage again later before for another pitch. So, but this is easy because no pressure. All right. So I was asked about telling something about social media and how you can use that to push your brand or your startup in the social media area. And beside PowerGum, which is my new startup, I started like almost 10 years ago with another startup working with influencers because I had a startup that did subscription boxes for cats and dogs, and they did unboxing videos on YouTube. So that was my first experience working with influencers. So this is kind of social media marketing in a nutshell. It should give you some ideas how you can approach social media, how to work with influencers, what you have to consider, because in this world of social media, a lot of companies burn money. And I mean, they burn a lot of money. By the way, this is Ingo the Flamingo. This is the mascot of my other company. So you will see it in different slides. As I said, I'm Thomas, co-founder of PowerGum and also an agency called Showster. So we have an influencer database with approximately like 130 million influencer profiles from Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Okay, let's start, because we only have 20 minutes. When I did this presentation, I had like 40 slides, so I remember your keep it low. So I did cut some stuff off, but I still hope that you understand it. Okay, as I said, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I did some startups already in my career. I have a lot of experience also in online retail. I studied logistics and management. And as I said, we have an influencer platform with a lot of influencer profiles. And again, this is the latest PowerGum that you know. And so let's dive in. So when you have a startup, when you have a brand, you have a product that you want to sell on social media, one of the first things is to choose with whom you want to work in the social media area. So are you talking to an influencer, and what has he to do? This one is an esports team. They are a brand ambassador for our PowerGum. So the topic is how to choose the right influencer. And I don't know if we can play the video. the technical guy, maybe you can just click on that. If not, it's okay. So we did choose those guys because we want to do some branding in the esport area, because our energy gum is very suitable for people that do play like online games, right? So this was our first idea to say, okay, esport guys or girls, perfect for our brand. So we did take a little bit of money. We paid their new shirts with our big logo on it, and now they go to every LAN event with our shirts and do like marketing for us for very little money. Very cool. And they wear it in their free time. Oh, there you see it. Okay, there's no sound. So when you're thinking about like, okay, I want to work with influencers, what kind of influencers are already there? So from Rising to the mega guys, it's like from 0 to 1K followers. Then the nano ones, they have like 1,000 to 10,000 followers, and so on. So it doesn't only have to do with how many followers they have, but also for what they stand. So when you look at the nano influencers, these are right here, right? Their spreading loss is not so good. Their reach is very, very low because they have not so many followers. So if they do like advertising for you, they don't reach so many people, right? But the engagement of those influencers is very high because they interact with the people they follow because they are happy that someone follows them, right? And the trust is also big because when you talk to influencers that have a small followership, mostly when they start doing influencing on like TikTok or Instagram, whatsoever, normally they ask friends and family to follow them, okay? So this audience that they have is normally someone that when they tell them something, they trust them. So when we know each other, and I tell you, oh, you know, this chewing gum, this is really cool, you trust me because we know us, that's easier than when you go to the megastar influencer. The spreading loss is very big. The reach is, of course, big. If someone has like 1 million followers, you reach a lot of people. But the trust is very, very low. Why? Because the people know, okay, they get paid for showing a product on their profile. Next day, they show another product. So today, it could be our power gum. Next day, it could be another chewing gum. They don't care because it's for their living, right? So you always have to consider what is the right influencer for your project, for your brand, for your target, what you want to do. And also you have to consider that a nano influencer or a rising star does really cost not so much money. Especially in the food sector, you can play with just sending them the product and they will do some advertisement for you. If it's a big one, they want money and the product. So if you're a startup, you know, there's not so much budget, so normally you start with the small ones. And one advantage is also if we're talking about conversion rate. So if you have a lot of like small influencers with a low followership, mostly they do a big conversion because of the trust. If you want to have like brand awareness for your product or for your service or whatsoever, you go with the big ones because you only need one to reach like 1 million people, right? So this is something that you have to consider when you're choosing the right influencer. And beside of like how many followers do you have, in these times, if you want to have followers, you can just buy them, right? So approximately like 30,000 followers on your Instagram account, it costs you like $100 now at the moment. If you do that, you have a dead account with a lot of followers. So don't do it. Agencies that are on the hunt for new customers, they tell you, yeah, you know, we do some stuff, and then we buy some followers so that when you start, the people see, oh, yes, already like 1,000 followers or 10,000. Don't do it, because everything that counts is engagement rate. Engagement rate is that you interact with your followers, with your audience. And this is the quality also of your account. So when you have like 100,000 followers and you can't interact with them because there is no one, it's just bots, they just appear one time, then you have them, it makes no sense. And as you can see here, the engagement rate with those influencers that have less than 2K followers is really, really high. And as we heard in the talk before, you have to interact with your community. Because if you interact with the community, you have to consider, if we talk, right, and I say hello to you, and you just step away without talking to me, that's the same when someone says hello on your Instagram account, you don't answer them. It's the same thing. So interact with your followers. And when you interact with your followers, they are pampered, you know. They think, oh, he likes or she likes me. She's interested in my whatsoever. Maybe she's following me also. This is how this works. So if you interact and if you grow your community and if you grow your engagement rate, then you can sell your products, right? So this is all nice to know. But how do you know what is the right influencer for your product or for your campaign? You can do simple steps that cost you no money, right? The first thing is simple research. Go on Instagram, go on TikTok, type in a keyword and look what's popping up on that specific keyword that you're looking for. Food, drinks, whatsoever. So what are you interested in? Look for that. And you find, hopefully, maybe an influencer. You find a profile. You just write him a direct message, and hopefully he writes back, or you write an email, and then you can get in contact, and maybe that's it. Costs you no money beside like 5 minutes of searching. You can use social listening. Social listening is that you check like your components or other companies that do campaigns on the internet using a hashtag. So you can search for that hashtag and you can check, okay, what influencer did take part of that campaign using that hashtag? And if that one works with this campaign, and you think, okay, that could be, he could work for my product also because it's kind of similar, then contact him. And of course, you can do a lot of media analysis. You can check, okay, when there was a campaign, what's in the news about it, what did they do? Mostly influencers or agency write a lot of stuff about their campaigns, how they did stuff, and what's the background of it. So this is something that you can do. And very important, and this is what I tell all my customers, check the account. So if an influencer writes you and says, yeah, I want to do like a campaign for you, can you send me your product? Go on the account and check it. And then check also the comments. And if it's like an account where you only have like comments that has like a heart or like a smiley, but not real text and not like 5 words written, mostly those are bots. But if the influencer really interacts with those, and you can see that he comments on the comments that the influencer gets, then it's probably a good account. But to be really sure if that influencer ain't someone that does like fake bots and fake comments and fake likes, you probably need tools. And there are a ton of tools out there in the market that you can use for that. And I did write some pros and cons for that. So the pros are your search time is significantly lower because you just type in the name of the influencer and you see all the data. Okay, if you do that and type in all the influencer names on Instagram and TikTok and you have to research everything like the comments and whatsoever, it takes time. But it does cost nothing, of course. And it's more practical for, of course, smaller agencies or smaller companies because as a startup, you don't have time. You don't have money, but you also don't have time because you have to do so much things at the same time because you don't have a big team. You know, the founder does finance and marketing and product and fulfillment and whatsoever, so you don't have time. And you need to consider, okay, do I spend like an hour of like searching on Instagram or TikTok, which costs me, if I earn money, like, I don't know, 60 euros or 100 euros an hour? Or can I spend like a tool that costs like 100 euros a month and it spares me like a lot of hours, okay? And with this platform, normally, if it's a good platform, you can do several things. Not only search, you can do billing, you can contact the influencer through that platform, you can create lists, you can do virtual campaigns, whatsoever. So this is a big plus. Of course, you have a large pool of influencers in those databases that you can search for. And last but not least, but it's probably, from my point of view, the most important pro for such a database, you don't get the numbers that you need to consider what is the right influencer. Because you all know that what happened with Facebook and Apple, data is the new gold, and also GDPR, no one wants to give out the data anymore. So the data that you want to have from that specific account is not available anymore. It's just a little piece that they still give you, but everything else you actually have to ask the influencer for their insights. So they send you a screenshot and then you put it on an Excel list and then you think, okay, is it good, is it not good? Makes no sense. And of course, the cons are, those platforms are not so you need a lot of money for that, mostly. So they're not cheap. And of course, it's not exclusive for you. So when you are searching for an influencer, your component will do it too with this platform. So you see the same detail and information that you see. So that's could be bad, but if you write someone and he answers you, that's nowadays, I would say, it's not so easy that you get an answer. So a friend of mine, he has the third biggest pet account for dogs in Germany. He has like, I don't know, 700,000 followers. He gets like 3,000 direct messages every day. So it's not only that they don't want to answer you, mostly they can't because they get so many messages every day that they can't answer you because they don't see it, because they get so much stuff that's non-important, like agencies that want to sell them stuff. So with these platforms, you can normally directly contact the influencer through the platform. This is the platform that we have, just as an example, of course. So there are tons of others. And as you can see, you can search for a lot of metrics here, like from what location, going down to not only country, but also down to city, What language are they talking? With what brands did they work already? What gender did they have? What lookalikes? What text is in their bio? So you can search for everything, okay? And then you can analyze this. And then you see the most important things that you don't see on any platform like Instagram, TikTok, what's out there. And that's, you see the followers, you see the average post impressions, you see the engagement rate, you see how many fake followers someone has, you see the average real plays, you see the link clicks, which is also important. So if you want someone to be, like you have an affiliate link and say, okay, you promote my product and I want them to click on a link so they come to a landing page, then you have like 143 clicks where you can count on. And with the platform that we have, we also show you what money he could ask for a post or for a story, because normally no one knows what's it worth to pay for an influencer for a post, a reel, or a story. So at least this is something that our artificial intelligence calculates, and it's at least a base where you can, count from when you talk to someone. And when he says, okay, I want like $20,000, and say, that's more like 6,000, okay? And you see the engagement rate from Reels, you see everything like that. And on the other end, and this is also important because that's what a lot of companies do wrong, you see what about the audience. So, as I said, my friend from Germany with the account, he has 700,000 followers. He's from Cologne, but I think like 85% of his audience is from the US. So a lot of companies, German companies, asked him to do advertising for him, but he says, yeah, but my audience is in the US. So you can give me your money, but it's burned, because unless you want to do something in the US, I'm the wrong person. But if you don't know that, and we had this example some weeks ago. There was a company that did a campaign with one female influencer. They paid like 10,000 euros for that, and they got a lot of likes and comments and stuff. So it was really cool. The only thing was no return. They didn't sell anything. And she said, I don't know, look at the account, look at the post, it was so good and so much reviews. And I said, okay, give me the name. So we checked it on our platform, 86% fake followers, because you cannot only buy followers, you can buy likes, you can buy comments, you can buy everything for every platform, for TikTok, for Instagram, for Spotify, you name it, it's out there, okay? And you don't see that when you don't have a platform that helps you to understand, is this a reasonable person or is this someone that just wants your money? And also, mostly it's, what you can see here is that we show you the normal posts, so when they get like, I don't know, 1 million views, but we show you also the sponsored post. So the one has on a normal post like 1 million views, and the sponsored is like 4,000. So you have also to consider, do you want to do a sponsored post because the engagement for that is so low that you also burn money with that. And you see what's the age and gender split. You see from which city and country the audience comes. What's the interest of the audience? That's also important. If I'm looking for an influencer and the audience of that influencer is more interested in like TV or pets, it's nothing for me, doing advertisement for my chewing gum. So these are all metrics that you need to know before you start a campaign and before you choose the right influencer for your brand. And you have to consider, and we are not the only ones, there are other platforms out there that do the same. We're just the biggest. So when you have chosen the right influencer, the audience is right, and the country and whatsoever. Most companies do the fault that they just send out their products. We did that when we started too. So someone was asking for like pet food. We did send them some cans, and we didn't hear anything from them. We didn't ask. Because also we didn't tell them what to do and what to do. So every time when you do campaign, you need a briefing. Send them the briefing, say them what they have to do, what they have not to do, everything related to that, and then you're fine. And then, when the campaign is running, check it after that. Okay, so, and then, because I have to come to an end, as I said, you have to check what you want to do with your campaign. So, discount codes goes for conversion and sale. If you have a landing page, it goes for traffic. And conversions, if you use the hashtags, it's for... No, I don't want to. And so this is something that you also have to consider. And so I'm closing now. The summary is, if you want to do a really good job in social media, please do something that it's not usual. Because people like stuff, and people like everything. You know, if you go to TikTok, they want fun thing. They don't want to just a list of ingredients of your product. No one cares. If I talk to you and say, you know, my chewing gum that has this kind of sweetener, and you don't care, okay? So don't do it in your advertisement because no one cares. So. Obsess over your audience, repeat successful tactics. So if someone works really good, repeat it. Rely on word of mouth. This is really good. All the people that went to our booth today and they were interested, I told them, okay, please tell your friends about our product, because if you like it, maybe they like it too. Don't be afraid to try something new. Think long term and create trust above all. And then, if you do that, you're good to go. Okay, that's it. Thank you. And if you're interested in the long version of that presentation, just write me an email. So I send it to you.
So thanks, Thomas. I know you're an expert in that, and you can talk and talk and talk about it, and a lot of good insights, a lot of experience in that. Thanks a lot for sharing these insights. If you have questions afterwards, we will have a break after the last panel then.
I will stay for the party too, so.
Yeah, of course you should, because we have also the pitching awards then later on, and I guess you also want to pitch later on. Indeed.
Yeah, I try to. Yes.
Good. So the next topic is now our talk panel. Yeah, a little bit referring to the beginning of the conference. So a talk panel with Dominik Ewald, well prepared, with Insa Horsch, and with me, of course, and with Patrick. I don't know if he's still here. Outside, maybe. Thomas, could you look for Patrick Franzen? I don't know. I think he's outside. Patrick Franzen. So, take a seat, and Thomas will be the moderator. I hand over the mic.
Merci.
And the good thing is we are only 4,
okay. So you can also take a seat.
I can take a seat. Oh, wonderful. So, Yeah, let's start. So I don't think that I have to introduce the panelists, the two gentlemen at the front, at left side, my left side. You see they are the organizers of this and the content providers. And Inza right now has made her speech already. So, in the very beginning of this day, Mark had a great keynote, and he informed us that we have only 7 years to make the transition. So this is the burning question right now. How do we manage to make the transition in the food sector to, you know, be better people and save the planet? Inza, this is a very big question. How would you tackle that?
Well, it's a good question. As I just said in my speech before, this is what the industry is about right now. So we all have to solve this. We all have to make up new ideas. And I think the first advice how to solve it is to be brave, just to try what works, just to think out of the box, and then just innovate. And with innovation, I just had a quite interesting talk to Finn, because I said we recently had the Food Innovation Camp in Hamburg, where I am from originally. And in Hamburg, we had, to be honest, like products like mango lemonade or something like this. So quite, sorry to say, but quite boring stuff. And I'm super happy today here that there's so many interesting things. And so this makes me a bit happy, and yeah, let me see with a lot of hope into the future and into the next 7 years, and I hope that's going to be more.
Yeah, you're quite right. So the creativity in the food sector is always enormous, and I think it is one of the most emotion-based sector we have in the startup community, definitely. Because if you taste something, then you are with all your senses in the product. And that either convinces you from the spot or deters you and you never buy it again. And so it is pure emotion that sells. And I think the first wave of alternative products made just this mistake. They didn't, as you said, with the mango stuff, they didn't taste. They were boring, they were out of anything. It was sometimes a wonder of Symrise, you know, all the people who do the smelling stuff there. And so we are much smarter right now, and we are plant-based, we are cell-based, we are good at doing so many regenerative ingredients into our food, that we really come with our innovations near to that aim. But as Mark said at the beginning, there is a big block of regulations. And perhaps, Mark, you could elaborate a little on these roadblocks from EU and from our administration that hinder startups to thrive.
Well, we are talking to a lot of food startups, but also with a lot of agricultural startups. But on agriculture, Dominic will tell you pretty much more. And so actually, we are not in that area political lobbyism. But we are happy that the Agri-Food Society is doing this now and stepping up with that. I was at the Anuga last year, and there was a big sidekick conference, I think of ProVeg, and another sidekick conference. And they were talking about cell-based lab-grown meat. And they explained the whole stuff of regulations, how long, what restrictions, what you have to provide, how long it takes. And that's a lot of startup founders from also universities here, really very smart people. So they can really, like IT programmers, hack food now. They can program food. That they are really disappointed and just going outside of the European Union to develop their products. And this is not only happening in Germany, because Germany is very bureaucratic. This also happens in the Netherlands and other countries. So they just do the pivotation and go to the US or to Singapore. And next to that, what I've heard, and therefore I want to pass over the word to Dominic, if you talk with the Ministry of Agriculture, then startups are a little bit like, okay, it's a little bit toys, but it's not moving forward very, very straight, right?
Hello? Yes, perfect. Yeah, you need to also we are closely connected to the Ministerium in Germany for the Agri and Food, also the Bundesministerium für Ernährung und Landwirtschaft, that's the German name. I forget the English name, sorry, but something with Agri and Food. And yeah, and you need to say that it changed a little bit. For 2-3 years, of course, 100% startup was like, okay, let's play a little bit with them, but it's now like a hype, and we need to talk with them. Yeah, and the problem was the regulation stuff. Also, they're saying, okay, they want to do business in food and agri-tech. Yeah, how that can work. So regulation is really strong, and you need to be really long time inside in this kind of business. But I see right now that the changes are a lot when we speak, for example, cell culture, meat, and so on. Yeah, you see also other stuff coming up in the biotechnology, for example, petrochemie in agrarsektor. Yeah, when you say no, okay, cool, perfect, we get the cell culture, meat, and so on, and then we have not so many resources anymore for the animal livestock sector. We can save this. No, we get here also a change. You need to think about the petrochemie. We see this right now with Canada. We need also a change in the petrochemie. How we can do this, for example, you all know PLA, yeah, polylactate. Yeah, polylactate needs sugar over fermentation. Yeah, so all the sugars goes in the next years in the fermentation process to produce petrochemie. So we get here the next big competition. Yeah, and all this kind of industry we need to build up. We need new regulations. We need to speak with the government about this. That is not only one ministerium which is connected. It's also the economy ministerium which is connected. The Science Bundesministerium für Bildung und Forschung. So we have so many ministeriums which are in a lead, which need to change the regulation, and also we need to put a lot of money inside to build this kind of industry. Yeah, so also here we get a fight again about resources. Yeah, how we can produce from resources food and chemie. Yeah, like all the petrochemicals which we get from the oil. Yeah, we need there in the next 10 to 20 years a totally change, which we can produce over biotechnology. And that is the kind of topics where we are really close connected in Berlin to the government, but also next time to Brussels. I hope we can do this together. Well, it's a big game changer which we're getting here. Yeah, and this kind of technology to build it up. I was for some weeks or months here in Haus der Ernährung und Landwirtschaft. It's the biggest lobby house in Germany. There are many different kind of lobbies inside, also the Farmer Union, for example. And I was saying to them, guys, perhaps in 10, 20 years, all your farmers are biotechnologists. Yeah, but they have their own factories on a farm, but they have directly resources. Yeah, the sugar. And from the sugar, they can do, also glucose, for example, they can do directly this kind of PLR and so on. Yeah, so that is a totally change what we see here, upside from this kind of the cell culture, meat, and so on. So I'm really happy that this is coming up. While my first learning was biotechnologist. I was learning this at the university. So that is the next big thing. Yeah. In the biotechnology sector, and a really big industry which is coming up, by the way.
Insa?
Yeah. I want to support this point, because the good thing, what is happening right now, is that we are innovating within the upstream, so within the production of the products. So it's not about the downstream, about the product itself, but about how the product is produced, about the ingredients and stuff like this. And this is very promising, and this is the thing that is life-changing. So it's not life-changing if you're having in the downstream another lemonade, but it's perfect if you're having different ingredients. So if you are fancying doing a startup right now, just start in the upstream and not in the downstream.
I mean, the point is also here, all the resources which you need for your product, for example, the bottle, everything coming in the future from the field, and from plants, all what is designing around it, not only what you're drinking, also the bottle and so on. And that is this kind of change we're seeing coming up, Right now we have the competition to the petrochemie, that's why we have this kind of problem that PLR, for example, is too expensive. But we see right now what happens, And also for the food industry, I think they're coming many game changer for them in a completely supply chain.
Just to give you an example, one of our members just sent me yesterday in the evening news from Bavaria that the first production stops of breweries are going on now because of a lack of CO2. And how these sectors are connected is really interesting. The CO2 is a waste product of the chemical industry, and because of the high gas prices, they stop with the production. And now there's a lack of CO2 for all these breweries, but also lemonade producers. And next to that, what nobody also was aware, the sugar price doubled. So, and if you think of all that, so there are big threats, but also opportunities. The guy who wrote me that is a founder of a sugar-free tea and coffee product. But he really has to do a hard job because we all are so addicted to sugar products, and that you first have to change the mind of the people and also the taste.
That's a good votum for sugar-free thing. And I've also read that the gas prices also go to the glass industry. So, and you don't believe it, toilet paper and paper at all. So be aware that there will be a prepper winter. And where you again, like in Corona cases, you run around searching for toilet paper, maybe. And of course, sugar, and it was flour and oil in the beginning of Corona, just because of the Ukrainian war as well. We are seeing the consequences right now of all the macro circumstances that are coming, and we see all the weather changes. We had a very hot summer this year. No one believed it. For Great Britain, there were the prognosis that 40 degrees would be reached in 35. They were reached this year. So, as we say in German, the Einschläge, the hits come nearer. And so the 7-year itch we are now have to cover is much more urgent than we think in many industries. So if the Bavarians don't have beer anymore, we'll be little run. And my next question would be, which sectors of food would be most affected by staying standard like they are, and where is the innovation most needed? Not only from the biological and bioenergetic thing, what I mean, but overall, of the food sectors? Is it beverages? Is it vegetables? Is it I don't know, meat? What do you think, Insa? Where is the attack first?
Well, from a marketing point of view, I'd say the biggest impact is definitely on the common things, so the nutritionals. For example, pasta, or let's say flour or bread or stuff like this. So things that people do need and things that people eat. And so this is going to be where, or this is where it's going to be the biggest impact. And as I just said before, from the biggest need, talking from the biggest need, not from the marketing perspective, it's from the upstream. So not thinking in different products, but in the different ingredients. And I think what you always have to keep in mind if you're building up or developing a new concept is to think of your consumer. Because we had, for example, pasta which was made out of, what was it, Beneto Foods? They had the insects, exactly. And the thing is, the idea was brilliant, definitely, but the consumers weren't, it was just too early. So always keep the consumer in mind. And especially here in Europe, we are quite slow. And the urgency which we do have and which we are just discussing currently, most of the people haven't understood it yet. That means if you have insect pasta or something which is definitely a very good idea, just keep in mind that the consumers have to, just keep in mind that the consumers have to buy it and that the consumers have to tolerate it. So maybe better not start with insect pasta, but with lentil pasta or something like this. So something which is closer to the things that consumers are used to, but which does make a difference anyway.
Right, as marketing guys, we know that attitude change needs at least one generation. And it's more than 7 years. And so we're in trouble there to explain it, that the urgency is there. But what can we do else, Mark?
Well, I agree on that point that attitude change needs a decade. We don't have this decade. So we have to put more money to raise awareness, to change this attitude. So we have to speed up with that. So we need more marketing money. But also, and I agree, we have to be very smart to decide on how to transform to sustainability in the right way that the consumer will adapt to it very fast. But the key question is, are all the people in Germany, in the European Union, and also the stakeholders, the economy stakeholders, aware of that topic? So I say, actually, we have a climate crisis, so there's war from climate to us human beings, because we failed. So we are responsible for this war. And so we should act the same way as we are in war. So to put the focus on all that, forget about all these distractions we have around. So of course we have to manage the pandemics, but we have to really focus. We don't have to discuss anymore about genders, stuff or whatever. This is really nonsense. And we are discussing about the tempo limit in Germany. Sorry, guys, that cannot be anymore. And so if we don't do that focus, if we do not adapt fast and quickly to climate crisis, the climate crisis will adapt us. And then we will have a drought, a main drought in whole Europe. There will be not the third world countries giving us any staple food. They will do nationalism. They will provide their food for their own people. And that will come very, very early, maybe next year. So we have seen the first steps in the beginning. And then if we have a drought, then what will you eat? And then we have to adapt also to insects or algae or whatever. Before we die, before we get hunger, so that is the main problem. And my key point is, So if we don't wake up now and invest really much more, and my question is, how can we set this up? Shall we start a movement like agri-food startups for future or something like that? But as we also have seen from Fridays for Future, it has a little impact, but they don't speed up. I don't know what should happen. Should there be a real drought and dying 10,000s of people from hunger and drought, like in Pakistan, or from floods, before we wake up? So this is my main question also to you as a marketeer, but also to you as a lobbyist, I would say, maybe, or good connected to the politics. What can we do to speed up without talking anymore? So we need more action.
We are still on the movement. I think we are still on the movement, also to the politic. We are really close. We have many events in this year, last year, and many events coming up next year. End of the day, we cannot forget we are in a democratic state, so sometimes we need to discuss about stuff, and that needs times. Of course, I'm totally on your side. We need to power this up, but the point is totally correct. When I say which kind of food sector gets the biggest chance, I need to say all of them get the biggest chance. We get the supply chains problems. Yeah, we need to think about our supply chains. Also, the people which has end of the supply chains B2C a product. You need to see where's my supply chains and where I get the materials for this. Yeah, and when you have the control over your supply chain, you have a control over your product. So there's no discussion anymore about this. Yeah, vegans is a really good example for this. They're starting right now in Brandenburg with own hectares to produce their own materials, and many suppliers thinking about this. Yeah, for example, Lidl, I think was it. They buy own ships. And so on. They build up a completely supply chain and logistic, while they're saying we cannot trust anymore. Yeah, good that the big players have the money for this. Yeah, a small startup cannot do this. But of course, we get right now in a change, and many people know this. But we need to do this all the time when we are connected to the politics, when we have the events, to say we need to speak about these topics. We need to say the climate change is coming. Yeah, and when you, to be honest, I really the German Pharma Union, all the members there inside, that is not our main job. Of course, I'm a lobbyist for my startups and for the young entrepreneurs, but I'm a venture investment in Berlin-Brandenburg to farmers, and the farmers which coming to us, they have directly right now the problem. They say, fucking hell, our land is burning, we have no water anymore, what we can do? Yeah. So it's not like this that they say it's coming in 7 years. They have right now the problems, and they have no business models anymore. Yeah, they stand there and say, okay, what we can do, And also the banks say, okay, perhaps it's not a good idea to give you money, yeah, while all the stuff what you do there, it's burning, So we have right now the problems, the change coming up, and of course, I say the political is they make the regulations, yeah, but we need the society on our side, yeah, and we have a strong society which is connected to each other, and that is a political movement. Then we get also this kind of politics what we want, yeah, and that is the biggest problem what we see right now. When you see right now, for example, with the CDU, they have the Bundesparteitag today and tomorrow, they're speaking about topics to save the old economy, So that is the biggest problem what you have right now, that in this kind of political parties which we have, also in Germany, but also in Europe, when you see what happens in Europe, I think, and that is also what we do in the German agri-food society, connecting, speaking about the topics, and see that when you're on the panels speaking about the biggest problem, we need also to think right now over the meta level, yeah, totally correct, yeah, and we can change it when we speak and connect it, what we're doing right now. While and end of the day, we need to hope that also the total society gets this kind of stuff, yeah, in our democratic states. Otherwise, we get this kind of parties. They need 20 years more till they do it, but then it's too late. Yeah. So it's not an easy question, to be honest.
Yeah. So we have two.
Just hold on. My question was also for Inza.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know the answer.
The marketing perspective. You said something very important, because you said the society needs to be convinced, needs to be behind the movement, or needs to be behind us. So this is very important. The thing is, people's minds are quite simple. So right now, as you already mentioned, there was the pandemic, now there is the war. So basically people are fed up with horrible news. They don't want to hear everything is burning, there will be a drought, stuff like this. So basically it's a question of money, it's a question of good marketing, it's a question of public relation, and it's the simple marketing tool that always works. It's you all know, maybe you all know from the university, the simple AIDA program. It's attention, interest, desire, action. So first of all, just attend to the people, get to know right now it's quite urgent. Then it's the interest, okay, so they wake up. This is the second stadium. Then there is this desire, okay, I want to change something by myself. Maybe I want to change my habits. Maybe I want to be enabled to learn how to build up how to grow my own food, for example. This is going to be a right and big movement during the next years. And then this is what I just mentioned, the action. So enable them to do something, because when everybody is understanding that there is a sense of urgency right now, and that there aren't any 7 years, maybe only 1 or 2 or 3, I don't know. Let's hope it's going to be even more. But anyway, then they want to help and want to do something. So people, you've seen this in the pandemic, you see this during the war. People always want to do something to overcome the crisis. And this is what is the need from the marketing perspective, to bring the people into action.
Understand. I think we will book a workshop together with you and your company to work that out, and maybe then to invite you all to develop that and to bring it to action like that.
Yeah, very nice. How much time have we left? It's
nothing.
Half past? Nothing. Okay. Then without ado, I just wanted to say we have two fronts. It is the audience, the consumers, we have to convince, and it's the politicians we have to convince for better regulations, that we can all go up. It is not only the farmers with new robotics on the field that won't bring us further. It is just the likes of the banks and the investors. They see something for their money, but it won't bring us up when there is still drought, and when there's still, the war and the supply shortages. We have all to do something, otherwise we will face even higher prices, even emptier shelves, and even more malnutrition of broad society target groups. So I thank you very much on the panel, and hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you.
Can I add something uplifting?
Sure.
Because this was kind of depressing, wasn't it? It was the truth.
All depressing here.
It was the truth. But the thing is, the solution is right here. So you are the solution. The industry here is the solution. And we all together, we can solve this out. And this is a great thing about food industry, and why I do love food industry and the impact that we all have together. This is the great thing about this industry.
Right. We are all innovators, and we'll capital the future, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, as we are sitting here now, the day conference is over now. Thank you for joining us. Thank you also for the speakers and the moderators. We will now have a short modification break within this area. So we will bring out the chairs and put some tables in. And but in the meantime, you can go over at the exhibition and enjoy the networking, the tastings, And at 5 o'clock, the doors will be open to the so-called public, the people with only the Startup Night ticket. And yeah, thanks for having us here. Just connect with us. We can also discuss further in the break or in the evening. And please stay also during the night for the awards. And yeah, thanks a lot. And have a nice afternoon now.
was like a terrible nightmare.
Test, Test. Kannst du mich hören? Ja. Ist doch gut.
I want to give you what I think is the most authentic recipe. So first up, guys, you only need this ingredients. Then, and I'm going to take a nice centimetre slice. And technique and timing. So as simple as this is, because you need it. And you can get some pretty good results, actually.
So, hello, and welcome to the Startup Night Food. It's a great pleasure to be here and to have so fantastic startups tonight pitching here, also live to the internet. Hello out there. Hope you enjoy the party and hope you also enjoy the pitches. So now we will start with 3 pitching sessions. The first will be with 5 startups, with Just Nosh, Honest and Rare, Era, MyCook, and Good Job, within the next 5-10 minutes. And then later on, we will have 6, in the second session, we will have 6 startups, Essentia, Uflake, Powergum, Balloons, Piece of Joy, and Love Bites. And then we will have the third session, starting with Cravers, then Crocus Labs, Foodle, Spawn X, Dodge, and at the end, Real Matters. And of course, we will have awards. We will have 3 awards, as you can see. We will award the best food and beverage startup. This evening, we will award the best newcomer startup. And we will award the best agri-tech, food tech startup. And we will also have award prizes brought by our jury. And jury is, okay, first me from Crowdfoods. We will offer a free membership for 1 year to the startup. Next to that, there will be an award from the German Agri-Food Society. I don't know if Lars Abraham is still here. Come over. Just tell us what will be your award prize.
The award prize from the German Agri-Food Society will be for the first 3 startups to have a free opportunity to present at Grüne Woche. So we have this opportunity, and if suitable, the startup will have a chance to present his products at a closed investors dinner, which will be organized in the coming weeks. But this is a closed dinner, so it will be provide the food solution, but there's no startup attendee. It's a closed investors dinner.
Sounds great, huh? Thanks. And we have also Inza. Inza, come here. And I have the great pleasure, thanks a lot that you do the moderation during the pitch contest. And what will be your award?
Well, does it work? Yes, now it does. As I just said during my speech before, I'm completely into marketing and branding, which means we offer for the winner a positioning workshop from Open Kitchen. So yeah, just do good. Fingers are crossed for you guys. And then we're going to see and have a positioning workshop together.
Thanks a lot. And just stay over here. And then we will have a special award from Go-to-Market. Yeah, come over. So this is an award only for food startups for retail, right?
That's true. So actually Go-to-Market is a supermarket. We are a test market. And we're actually keen on very interesting food startups, and we help them to get consumer insights. And our price is a test, and not a test in a normal base or a big test with a value of 2,500 euros.
Thanks, great. And maybe to add that, you have 2 test supermarkets, one in Vienna in Austria and one in Cologne in Germany. So it's also very interesting to test both markets in comparison. Also. And last but not least, we have Patrick Franzen and Stefan Bostone from Pebbleware, and you will also award a prize.
Yes. As I mentioned before, the only things to remember are who you are and why you are here. And so we offer 3 workshops. The first one will answer the question who you are, the second one why you are here, and the third one how this translates in your business model. So you offer that, combined for the 3 together, to get the answers to those questions.
Thanks a lot. So now jury has to prepare. I will give the stage and the word to Inza now for the introduction. I will only do do you want to say that? I will only do the time measurement. So we have a 30-second.
You're the timekeeper for tonight.
Yeah, and we will be very strict with the 3 minutes. And, well,
let's
shall we
start. Yes, definitely. So before we start and before we're going to cheer the first startup and the first pitch, just let me explain the rules quite briefly. So every pitch needs to be 3 minutes. As Mark just said, we are very strict with this 3 minutes. So after 3 minutes, there will be an end, definitely. And after the 3 minutes and after the pitch, there is the opportunity for us in the jury to have 3 questions. Not 4, just 3. And then there is the next pitchee, which gets the chance. So now we are ready to start. Shweta, it's your stage. I'm so happy that you're here. You're telling us something about really interesting snacks with an Indian origin, and the stage is yours.
So we just perfect.
Start? Okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Shweta, the founder of Just Nosh. Do you know the country with the most amount of vegetarian dishes? It is India, and that's exactly where I originate from. So, sorry, let's go back to that. When you look at India, they have so many vegetarian options to offer, and my inspiration to India, also my passion for vegetarian food, led me to bring the Indian snacking culture to Europe. What is the change in the trend of snacking that is happening right now? So we're moving from traditional snacking to modern snacking. What is traditional snacking? They are usually predominantly unhealthy snacks that you see in the supermarket, filled with sugar. They are fried. They have big portions. They're filled with a long list of E numbers. And the consumer is changing in the last few years. You also see the supermarket shelves that are changing. What does the consumer want at the end of it? They want something that they can trust, something natural, something roasted, small portions. And this is exactly what Just Nosh stands for. So let me introduce you our first product, which I've already done a little bit earlier. We started with Lotus Pops, which are seeds of the water lily plant. So it comes from a flower. Wow, we have a new snack on our shelves. They come in 3 flavors, 2 salty and 1 sweet. What makes them so special? They are a whole seed. They are not an extrudat. They are suitable for all age groups. So that means they have no allergens inside it. They are 20% lesser in fat than popcorn, and we offset a carbon footprints. Let me tell you a little bit about what makes the whole production cycle so interesting. It's a minimally processed product, and it's from end to end, it's handmade. It is grown in the east part of India, and it's sustainably grown. And why do I say sustainably? Because it requires barely any water for growth, because it's grown in a pond. So these seeds are roasted, they're popped, and they're seasoned, and then they're packed and delivered to us in India. The popularity for this snack is growing, as so is the market. What have we done so far? So until now, we have 40-plus partners in Germany and Austria. And our main focus has been B2B and less B2C, and we want to move into more retail channels. And of course, this is not possible without a team. I started alone, and we have 2 people who joined the team last month. To give you a quick overview about our timeline is in the last year, we focused a lot on getting feedback from customers, and now it's at the end of it, we want to move to more than 300 partners. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Question, sorry.
Thank you very much for this very impressive first pitch. It's tough to be the first one, I know. But it was a great pitch. And I'd love
That means I can speak more.
No. I'll take another microphone, and then maybe you guys are having a first question. What about you? Any questions to Shweta? Yes, perfect.
Why are you doing this?
Because I want to bring the snacking culture from India to Germany, and I know it has potential because they have so many vegetarian options, and they are all healthy, and they fit into the trend, what the consumer is asking for today.
So what is your personal reason to do this?
Because I love these snacks.
Second question.
This is what my mother made me when I was a baby.
Mark, are you going to have a question as well? No, then I have a question. I don't need two microphones. Then I'm having a question regarding your product strategy. So the poppy seeds or lotus seeds are very interesting. Are there any other products planned?
Yes, there are more products planned, which I wanted to say in my last slide.
Okay.
But sorry, my time management. Yes, we want to launch more flavors, and we want to launch different products in the coming year with an Indian influence, with following our vision, which is clean label and minimally processed. Again, everything vegan, plant-based. So it will be more coming in the crackers form, with more protein and using the whole concept of not being extruded.
Great. So thank you very much. Another one, a very big applause to you. And now, please welcome Yasha from
Hi, everybody.
Rare. And you're telling us about something about your marketplace for drinks. So I'm very curious.
Exactly, yes. I'm good to go? Yeah. All right. Honest and Rare is the online marketplace for unique beverages. We enable customers to find and buy specialty drinks that you wouldn't be able to find in your local supermarket. Just to give you an impression, this is the total number of beverage producers only for Germany. And around 80% of those are small producers that are hard to find. Their product, they have great products. Their problem is distribution. So that is why you get their products only in their local areas or randomly in a very few stores here and there. On the other side, more and more customers want individual, original, high-quality drinks instead of the standard mass products from the supermarket. But it's impossible for customers to overlook the market and to easily access a wide range of beverage alternatives. The solution is one marketplace to connect providers and customers. We create a platform so that all those products can become visible and customers get access to the full beverage landscape. We invite customers to find exactly what they like, to learn about the producers, to get inspired and discover great drinks. So our sellers ship products directly to customers. We have no warehouse, no distribution. We make sure that the platform allows sellers to have online shop solutions and for the products to get online visibility. And we are triple diversified with one product. We make money through commissions, we sell services to our sellers, and we sell unique drink sets to companies for team events, employee gifts, and so on. We launched almost 2 years ago. Today we offer 3,000 different products and are looking at a runway of 250,000 in GMV for this year, which is plus 150% versus last year. And that's about it. So obviously the beverage market is huge. But the best thing is that together with vegan products, online shopping of food and drinks is the fastest growing online product group. And we are riding this wave with a strong team of marketing experts, marketplace specialists, and of course my co-founder Alex, our CTO, and drink geeks like myself. Of course, there are already a few online drink shops in Germany and in Europe, but almost all of them lack a distinctive positioning or unique customer value. And most importantly, there's no drinks platform. Our strategy is to provide the best shopping experience to users and the biggest inventory in all of Europe, because our vision is to bring the entire world's drink diversity on one platform. We just closed a round of 250,000 euros 4 months ago, and are looking to launch a new round probably in November. Cheers.
Thank you very much. That was perfect timing. So the word is to the jury. Mark, are you going to have a question? Yes.
Yes, now I have a question. Thanks a lot. We were also talking today about sustainability. So, can you explain us why are you special sustainable?
So first of all, I think it makes a lot of sense to have more D2C, more direct to consumer. So there is no steps in between in the supply chain. So if you buy from us, I would say, so to clarify, we have both the brands, so the producers that sell their products, but also retailers. So it's possible that you're a merchant and you have a range of 100, 200 specialty products that are not mainstream, and you want to offer them on our platform. But in all those cases, it comes directly from the producer or from the retailer. So there is no warehouse in between. So that is more sustainable than all these different, logistics works with different hubs. Sometimes one product has seen 3 different or 4 or 5 different spots between it comes to the consumer. The second is that all these products are, one of our criteria is natural ingredients only. So we don't have anything in the product that is not natural.
Perfect. So what about you guys? Another question?
So how do you find your products, even if you are focused on the German market, or is it an international model?
We have products from all over the world. So since it's possible that a merchant is importing those products from South America, from other European countries, once they're here and they have those products, they can be offered on our platform. So this means, I would say 90% of the drinks of the 3,000 are German drinks, and around 10% are from all over the world. And actually, we have a lot of inbound, inbound acquisition, inbound channels for new vendors to come to us. I don't know, it's word of mouth. Sometimes they find us just by looking for online shops, online marketplaces. Sometimes we acquire ourselves, automatically, of course, but we add between 100 and 200 new products per month. And most of them come inbound.
Great. Another question? You have one. Well, happy to do.
Great concept, and I like that I have all this choice now. But with choice, of course, comes the trouble of figuring out what would I possibly want from 1,500 drinks. So it makes me think of Netflix, where they have a perfect recommendation engine, and Amazon you might also like. So what is your approach with regards to that?
Yeah, that's a great question, because there's the paradoxon with marketplaces. So we see, in our case, one of the metrics is that the more inventory we have, the more orders we have. There's a direct correlation between inventory count and sales. But that's a great point, because one of those problems is the paradoxon. You want a lot of choice, but then you cannot decide. So we're aware of that, and I don't think we yet know the perfect answer to it, but we are trying to make it easy for people, for customers, to find the products they like. So we do that, first of all, by the product verticals, by the categorization we do. We do that with filters. We have a very high approach. So when I say that one of our focuses, our strategies is product superiority, to have the best product, the best value for customers, it also stems from the fact that we put a lot of attention on the product data. So we have way more data than I think any other shop, as far as I know. So for once, you can see, normally when you go to a drinks shop or food or anything, there's the product, there's a picture, there's a price, and then there's a big bulk of text. Nobody reads text today. So what we do, because it takes more time for us to onboard a product, because we fish out the crucial information of that text and put it in little information snippets with an icon. So if you visit our website later on, and I hope you do, then you will see that we have small tasting notes. So we give you a good summary of what the product is about, the amount of alcohol, where the product comes from, what the tasting is, what the style is, and we help you to find different similar products of the same style. We're working with other approaches to make it easier. So for example, if I may elaborate one more thing. So One of the products that I observe in e-commerce is that you have catalog pages, right? There's a catalog, even in fashion. So all you see is a shirt, it's jeans, and there's a price. Maybe you can nowadays, that's innovation these days, you can change the color on the catalog page. So what we're trying to do is we want to give people on that catalog page more information about the product, because we have that data in our database, in our data bank. So we can show you on the catalog page where the product is from, how much alcohol it has, and mostly how it tastes. Because we notice, of course, people want to find what they like in terms of taste.
Perfect.
Thank you
so much. It was a brilliant pitch. So, now Olivia, it's your stage. Era Zero Waste, a new form of grocery shopping.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia from ERA.
Sorry.
Eat right always. I'm a startup founder, right? No news here. And I have a lot on my plate. And I was noticing that it was very tricky to be eating right all the time until my mom came to visit. And then suddenly it was like a little fairy was filling up my pantry and my and my fridge with all the nice stuff. And what I did, I said, buy bio, get that all the time. And suddenly it was like magic. I was eating nice, better energy, and so on. And one thing that I was noticing, that basically I was getting almost the same stuff in the supermarket every single week. And why did I need to make the same trash every time? And and that is, and that's how it became ERA. It's tasty, healthy, plastic-free groceries delivered to your doorstep. Our purpose is to make food supply chains shorter, transparent, and remove all the waste that happens along the way. ERA is a subscription of a weekly supermarket list straight from the source, so you can eat right always. And people really love ERA, and 4 months of operations, we got raving reviews and the highest retention in the market, and reached 10,000 euros in monthly recurring revenue. Our team has lead tech teams of Delivery Hero. We have also created the billion-dollar strategy of the digital strategy of billion-dollar consumer brands, and have expanded grocery retailers to several different countries. We are bootstrapped now, fundraising our pre-seed round, and we are cash flow positive. That's possible in groceries. So yeah, welcome to the Zero Waste Era. I'm going to use the slides for the questions. I think it's just easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was perfect timing. Congratulations. Thanks. Mark, first question to you.
Well, thanks a lot for this interesting pitch, only one slide. Perfect. I like that. So could you tell us a little bit more about, there are some marketplaces out there with organic farms, also in Switzerland like that. What is your real USP? Is it only the zero waste box, or is it more?
So
there are more slides.
So yeah, the main thing is that we are a platform, right? And we deliver only once a week. So we're working with, by predicting the customer consumption, we can optimize the whole supply chain for sustainability, and that allows us to have zero inventory and outsource the whole delivery and perfectly time everything. So it's like those small, it's like in the farm cooperatives, people collectively crowdsource the production of a farm. We do that collectively for the whole supermarket list, crowdsourcing the production of the other groceries, not only veggies.
I have another question. If I remember it correctly, you are right now only Berlin-based, right? So what about the strategy moving on to other cities?
Yeah, we are actually the only scalable solution right now. We are operating only in Berlin because we have been growing only via word of mouth, but we're launching next month with our next product iteration, delivering Germany-wide.
Okay, so cool.
So yeah, we use reusable packaging. So we're a platform. There's a lot of great solutions out there for logistics, for reusable packaging, and we team up with the right people.
Perfect. So thank you very much. What about you? Third question.
Yes, what is the biggest challenge you would like to solve going forward?
I don't know what. Where should I leave?
What is the challenge that you would like to solve going forward to take the next step?
Your biggest challenge.
Your biggest challenge.
I guess the biggest challenge is to know what people want and when they want it. Is to be able to orchestrate the whole supply chain based on data, and that is the key part. Getting suppliers, people to join on board has been relatively easy. Also customers, people get it, people need this.
Thanks.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. So another big applause for you. And then Eleonora. Is she here as well? Oh yeah, I can see you. With a team. That's even better. So a very warm welcome to you guys. I'm super excited on your pitch because I'm asking myself how you can fighting hunger and poverty by vending machines. So it's going to be interesting.
So do you need a second microphone or not? Okay.
Yes.
So hello everyone, we are My Cook. We are producer of new generation vending machines sponsored by prominent organizations in Berlin and Europe. We are a team of 4.
I'm David, software engineer.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm in charge of the mechanical design.
Hi, I'm Hamza, mechanical engineer also.
We have a team also of coaches and mentors for business consultation and for support. So even nowadays, we still have problem of food. Food is not always available. It's not everywhere available, or it is available within limited working hours. By the way, fast food is still quite expensive. Pre-cooked and unsold food gets wasted. So we have come up with the idea of producing the innovative vending machines. They cook completely freshly from raw materials after your order. Well, I can say that it's a sustainable product with the recyclable packaging, recyclable materials of production, as well as with very little use of resources and no waste of food. You can watch and enjoy the whole cooking process. We tested our prototype last year. This November, we are entering the market. We have produced our own innovative cooking device, our own software, own innovative systems for storing, cooking, and packaging. We are producing this in a large factory in Berlin, and we are going to operate them. We already have very prominent partners with whom we have agreements and interest to work in BVG, Deutsche Bahn, big hospitals, big shopping centers. Here we go. Monthly, we are expecting to make a revenue of 1,066 euros per vending machine. Due to the innovative features and fully automated machine, our product is cheap, quick, open 24/7, available everywhere. Warm and fresh, hygienic, entertaining, I have said as well, with its cooking process, and sustainable. With the available locations in Berlin and everywhere, we are going to have a sum of 2.7 million euros in 2024. Our niche market are young people, students, tourists, children. We are innovating technology. We believe that by complete automation of the industry, we will be able to fight hunger, to save enormous amount of resources, to make food available to everyone in the world. Our next steps, the test of our first and second machine, and start of the mass production in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this energetic pitch. I'm having a question right now because I'm wondering, I'm 100% sure your vending machine is able to produce lots of food, not only hot dogs, right?
Different types of hot dogs.
Okay.
I can say that we are offering 4 types of sauces. The vending machine itself can give you a chance to choose between 4 types of sausages as well. But we want to start to enter the market with 1 type of sausage.
I see.
But yes.
Perfect. Mark, what about you? Another question?
Yeah, I have a question about the business model. You told us it's about 1,000 euro per month in revenues, right? Isn't it a little bit less, or I don't know, I didn't understand right well your business model, how it works, because then you have to install a lot of these machines, and I would guess a machine is very high in cost.
This revenue refers to 1 machine per month. So if you get per machine per month 1,066 euros, after all of the expenses we are going to make, so it means we can cover the cost of the machine in, according to our calculations, is going to be within a year.
Okay.
So it's not that, yes, the business model, so I can also repeat that. So we are producing the vending machines, and we are going to operate ourselves, pay for the rental space. But besides, for example, with BVG, we have got an offer just to place our vending machine and pay no rental fee. And also they are going basically to pay as well for electricity. So there's also...
Thank you. Third question, up here.
All questions.
No? Perfect. Okay. Seems to be a great pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big applause. And a very warm welcome to Wilfried. The stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Will from Good Drop, so I suspect it's going to start in a second. Okay.
So now it seems to be ready.
Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Okay. Again, nice to be here. I'm Will from Good Drop, and there is an old saying, an ancient saying that says, do good and good will come to you. Mm-hmm. And in the recent years, the Good Purpose study has found out that exactly this is also the case in the corporate context. So if you as a company do good, it might be that you support a social initiative or you do something else that is good in the eyes of your customers and your employees, then this will benefit your company in return on investment. So we at Good Drop believe that doing good is good and found a way that is really, really simple and helpful for the environment as well, not just for your company. So let me just quickly show you how we believe we can make a difference. It is all about water. So Good Drop, what we mean by it is drink more tap water. Get rid of bottled water. It causes a lot of emissions. It causes a lot of plastic waste that is not necessary, especially here in Germany. So on a large scale, we can really, really contribute to making this planet a better place to live for all of us and doing good at the same time. So how do we do it? You know, maybe Brita, they are a competitor of ours, but they're also partners of ours in the sense that we are fighting for the same mission. So we provide water, but we also measure the amount of water that has been consumed by the employees in your company, and the CO2 and the plastic emissions that have been reduced as a consequence of drinking tap water. So this is one thing, but at the same time we offer companies, since they are saving money by switching from bottled water to tap water, the opportunity to invest in social purposes. So in local initiatives in your city or abroad that really make a difference. So when you save money by drinking tap water, you have money that you would otherwise not have, and you can spend it on really cool projects, as I'm going to show you in a minute. At the same time, your employees are going to be in a position that they feel empowered in a way, because they see every time they go to the water dispenser that they're doing something good actually. And this is what we are all about. As far as costs are concerned, well, it's really a no-brainer. Bottles are much more costlier than tap water, so it really makes a big difference for you as a company as well. And the bigger you are, the more you save. Let's make it very simple. So we have already a client base, could be more, we're growing, hopefully fast, and some really cool projects here in Berlin, for example, that are already benefiting from the donations of our customers. Thank you very much. I'm open for your questions.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on your perfect timing. That was quite well.
Great. Good to hear. First time.
Quite good. Well, I have the first question, if I may. It seems like you're B2B focused right now. What about entering the B2C market?
The B2C market is really exciting for us. That's without a doubt. So in the long run, we believe that by establishing a brand that really touches you, a love brand in the best way, I'm sure you know a lot about creating that, we are open for people everywhere in the world to get into their homes with a B2C solution as well.
Okay,
yeah.
Good to know. Next question.
What is your personal reason for doing this business?
I used to work in the beverage industry. Actually, I'm a culprit because I was part of a big company who projected all those bottling lines, filling lines for Coca-Cola, for Nestle, for all of them, all over the world. So in these years that I worked there, I really learned a lot about the beverage industry, and I found out that we need to get away from this linear economy into a circular economy. And for me, it was obvious that we need to move towards a sustainable way of delivering beverages, especially water. So I have a very personal, professional experience, and that brought me to now switch sides and go for tap water.
Another question, Mark?
So I have a question about your business model.
Sure.
Did I understood it correctly? It's a leasing model, so or subscription model like that. So you are the owner of the machines, of the Good Drop water dispensers, and you just lease them or rent it to and do the whole maintenance and everything.
Well, it's partly that, but we are also cooperating with other companies. So you can buy a machine from us, and you can also buy the service. We are partnering with, in the whole German area, with partners so that we can service the machines that we sell, but also service the machines that we rent out to the customers. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes. Good.
Another question?
Just additional to that.
To get this
but
clear.
the main business model is subscription based.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
Good. So, another applause for you. And then we are done with our first round of pitches. Thank you very much to all the 5 pitchies. It was a pleasure listening to you. Now we are having like a half an hour break, I guess.
Yeah, we will go on at 7:30. No,
Perfect.
yeah, 7:30. Yeah. Right here with the second pitch round. Thanks a lot for listening. And thanks also to the startups. It's really, it will be a hard decision, I think.
Definitely.
Thanks. So, hello everybody. Are you ready for the second pitch round? Startups? Are you ready? So we will start in 5 minutes. So now, startups, hurry up for the second round. Who do we have in the second round? Just have a look.
Urgent call for Hendrik from Essentia Food.
So we will start with Essentia, then U-Flake, then Powergum, Malund, Piece of Joy, and Love Bites. And we are strict in timing. If we announce the startup, it will not be on the stage. Will be 0 points.
So, there he is.
Perfect.
A very warm welcome to Henrik then.
Okay, you need a mic, I guess. I think over there is one. No, here.
And a very welcome to you guys within the second round of pitches. Keep your fingers crossed for the 6 pitches, which are going to pitch right now. And Henrik, you're the first one with Essentia.
All right. Before coming right to my pitch, I would like to hold in a second and remind us that we humans, we are destroying. We are destroying an ecosystem we don't actually even understand, our oceans. We are overfishing and we are creating bycatch. And we're also destroying ourselves by eating fish that has heavy contamination by microplastics. And we at Essentia Foods are going to solve this by using mycelium. So why mycelium? Why the root of fungi? Well, plant-based proteins all have a problem, which is that they lack taste and texture. And through mycelium, you can create a texture that resembles the muscle tissue, as you can see here, of seafood 1-to-1 in a biotechnological fermentation process. Mycelium is soft in taste, does not need an off-masking of flavors, and therefore it is the perfect substitute for fish and seafood, and we grow it using a solid-state fermentation process, which is a process where we create valuable and relevant IP directly related to my co-founder's PhD in biophysics. This is a huge market opportunity. BCG forecasts the market of fish and seafood to follow the market of alternative meat and grow to 75 billion by 2035. And we are the first company in Europe leveraging the power of mycelium for fish and seafood. Our go-to-market has been aligned with a partner from Edeka, and we want to tackle restaurants first and then move on to the grocery space. That's us. I'm Henrik. I'm a former leader at Emma Mattress, nowadays a B2C unicorn, which I helped to scale and managed through the hypergrowth phase. And this is Bruno, my co-founder, with a PhD from Max Planck Institute and 1 year experience of cook in 4- and 5-star hotels. So far, we found valuable partners along our value chain, and we built first prototypes. What you see here is very clear, structured, unsporulated mycelium, and we built a vegan salmon that many of you already tried this afternoon. So right now, I actually ran out of prototypes. Quick, super quick. We are raising a pre-seed round of 575,000, and 390K are already committed by leading VC funds. So we are searching for business angels and VCs to join our mission. Build the future of seafood with us. Thanks.
So, thank you very much for this great pitch, for the great timing. Though to the quite late start, you managed to end up early, that's good. Questions? Mark, what about you? First question.
Well, thanks for the pitch. More than in time. 2 minutes 40, great. Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I would just ask you about the business model. It's B2C and B2B combination. So you sell to gastronomy, or are you only producing for the food production industry?
So first of all, we start B2C. We start, well, what is B2C in this case? B2C means serving the end consumer through restaurants at first and through grocers thereafter. A B2B case in this industry would mean catering, for example, producers of alternative meat as a supplier. We want to start with a B2C road first. Why that? Because mycelium is a novel base material. There's basically no capacity in the market, and we're going to build this capacity, and it is also a novel product. So there's no knowledge on how to handle it. And we build this knowledge. So therefore, it makes a lot of sense for us to go B2C and to also capture a larger part of this new value chain. Thereafter, when we have scaled, we will also enter the B2B market to basically utilize our capacities to 100%.
Perfect. Then I'm at another question regarding your prototype. I haven't tried it yet because it was gone. But my question is regarding the mycelium, because the prototype right here wasn't made out of mycelium, right? It was made out of peas. So what about a real prototype made out from mycelium? When is it ready?
When is it ready? So we actually built it just last week. We're not super happy with it yet. It's something we tried. We gave to very few people for trying, but it is indeed a revolutionary approach which requires a bit more time. Also, I don't want to show this prototype around because if you would be very educated in the space, you might find certain things that we actually want to patent going forward. So therefore, I'm a little bit hesitant with the prototypes.
I see. Perfect. Thank you very much. Third question.
I'm going to ask you a very personal question, so you can also not answer the question if you like, because you would only answer it when it's psychologically safe. For instance, when we're walking in a forest, just the two of us. So imagine we are in a forest, just you and me, and I ask you, what is the biggest learning you learned about yourself throughout the journey so far?
Sorry, I'm afraid I didn't fully catch it.
What is the biggest learning about yourself that you learned throughout this journey?
Biggest learning about myself on this road? Oh, this requires really some deep reflection. I really like these reflection sessions. Give me maybe a quick second. Yeah. Learning about myself. I think one thing I definitely learned is that as a startup founder, you have so many hats to wear, and you learn something new every day. But the point is, what I learned is that you can wear many hats and you can learn something new every day. And there's no, like, no, I don't want to and I'm not going to do it. And this is something I realized again this morning when basically the plan was that my co-founder and I would both be here, and he's responsible for the R&D. But this morning, I was in the kitchen since 6:30, building together the salmon that basically has been ripped out of my hands. So I learned another thing again, and just by doing it, right? And I think that's one thing I can answer now.
Great, thanks.
That was a very motivating answer, especially from a serial founder like you, so thank you very much. And then... let's go ahead to you, Flake. Perfect. David, the stage is yours. And you're going to tell us something about your power oats.
Yes, hi, I'm David from Uflake, and I'm going to start with the same stuff for those who haven't been here at noon. So I really want you to think about when you drink coffee and you want it to be the best coffee, you want it to be freshly ground, right? Something similar goes for olive oil or other oils as well. You want you want the cold pressed oil and not the refined oil. So I'm asking you, why are we heat treating all oat flakes we eat with up to 98 degrees? And one of the main reasons is preservation. We want to preserve those oat flakes for a long shelf life. But there's also a downside, of course, because when you heat stuff, nutrients get lost. And you can also think about it this way. When you can get fresh fruit, why would you eat canned fruit, right? It's great if there's, for example, a crisis and you can just shelf it and it stays there for years. But you can also produce oat flakes in a different way. You can cold press them, and that's what we do. And you keep all the B vitamins, for example, which are quite heat sensitive. You have still active enzymes, and the oat flakes are completely fresh and have a natural taste. a downside is there as well, because the shelf life is around 2 months of those fresh oat flakes. But we believe it's enough to bring it from the production to the store and to the consumers. And that's the muesli. Some of you might already have seen it over there. And well, we made an analysis of the muesli market. So there's a projected turnover of 1.8 billion only in the German-speaking region in 2027. And if we could achieve 0.5 to 2% of that market within 5 years, that would mean a revenue of 9 to 36 million euros in 2027. And right now we are restructuring our business model because we come from, basically we are an online shop so far for flakers and mills, and we have a raw muesli that you can flake yourself. But now we are entering this normal muesli market, but with a cold-pressed organic muesli. And we are trying to build 2 more pillars basically for our business. So we have the online D2C retail to consumers, and we also want to offer this to hotels and offices, for example, who want to have the best muesli for their guests and their employees. So that's our small team so far. And if you want to try it yourself, you can grab it over there, and you can support us on Startnext right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay at the stage for the questions. I guess there will be some questions. Who's going to be the first?
What is your personal reason for starting this business?
Well, I learned about the fact that all oat flakes are being heat treated about 6 years ago, I believe, more or less by coincidence. And I was shocked because I didn't know this before. And I tried the freshly flaked oat flakes, and they taste completely different. They taste very natural, very fresh, not as dry as some of the oat flakes you can buy. And I mean, I loved oat flakes all my life before that already, but I basically, a different love began when I tasted these fresh oat flakes, and that convinced me to, basically tell other people about this as well.
Great. And I have another question talking about the business model. Because you showed us that you're going to have, how much was it? Like 3% of the whole muesli market?
Yeah, 0.5 to 2%.
Oh, okay, more or less 3, 0.5. And which sales channels?
Well, we are starting with D2C mostly in our online shop and on Amazon, for example. But of course, we are trying to get into retail because otherwise we won't be able to reach that, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking about, exactly.
And so that's what we are doing right now to try to find some retailers, probably in the organic retail market that would put our products in the markets.
Okay, thank you. Mark, you have a third question.
It's a little bit about the competition and how do you prevent copycats? So the muesli market is a huge market. It's an overcrowded market. There are a lot of muesli suppliers there. How do you prevent that someone copies your cold pressed?
Well, we can't prevent that, right? Because we can't patent the idea. There's no special technology, but well, all of you know that we are the original brand for cold pressed. So we are trying to achieve that people just know U-Flake is cold pressed muesli and the other ones are just the copycats.
I like that approach. It underlines a really good branding. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's go ahead with Thomas. Powerful chewing gum.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Thomas. I'm one of the co-founders of PowerGum. And our idea was, or our problem was, that we wanted to have an alternative for energy drinks. Something that is using no water, that's sugar-free, and after all, it's ultra-mobile. And besides the fact that every year, like 15 billion cans of energy drinks are produced, and mostly like 8 billion liters of water are shipped around in the world, we invented PowerGum. So PowerGum is actually an energy chewing gum. So we kicked out the energy from the energy drink into a small chewing gum that you can take everywhere where you are, especially when you do like sports. And for us, the reason to do it was, as I said, we don't need any water. We have the same ingredients like taurine and caffeine. We have very fast energy. So when you chew it, it takes like 5 minutes to get like 85% of the ingredients into your body. It's a dental care chewing gum. We have high-tech ingredients, so it took us like 1 year to develop the recipe. And we have 2 flavors, double mint and a typical energy flavor. And just a short look at the market, it's like 32 billion euros every year, and there is no innovation in the chewing gum market, to be honest. And we have 400 million active chewers every year. A package costs like $1.99, so we have 8 chewing gums in the package, so it's like 24 cents per chewing gum. And of course, there's big competitors like Wrigley's and Cadbury in the chewing gum market, and also like Red Bull and Monster, of course, in the energy drink market. But I think we can compete there if you can see the pricing for a single chewing gum. So why are we competitive? Because we actually have the best taste in the market for this product. We have very loyal customers. It's Generation Z affine. And I said high-tech ingredients, and it's very, very effective. So how do we start? We launched like 2 weeks ago, and we have a bunch of things going live with influencers, sports, our own PowerGum league in the esports scene. And our road started like in 2020 with a proof of concept. We sold like 6,000 chewing gums of a white label product in 8 weeks. And we relaunched like 2 weeks ago. And yes, as again today, we're looking for customers, partners, and maybe an investor. Thank you.
Now it works, yes. So, first question, Mark, what about you? What about the 3 guys over there?
So thank you, Thomas, for the great presentation. Really impressive. Actually, what's next? Next about new flavors, next maybe new products, maybe new interesting combination?
Yeah, so we are bootstrapped, so we put our own money, and developing chewing gums is very costly, I would say, but next flavors will definitely be cinnamon, because it's really a great taste, and something fruity like cactus feige or watermelon. So we already asked a lot of our customers about what they would like to have. Yeah, so it's coming up.
Perfect. Mark, another question?
Yeah, a question about the marketing. You just introduced us a little bit what you're planning or what you're also doing. What I think the competitors, are they not doing the same or doing the same but fail? So tell me.
Yeah, of course we have competitors, but as I said, in the chewing gum market, there has no really innovation in the last years. So when we started like 2 years ago, we were like a first ruler in that. There have coming up some new chewing gum startups, and most of them copied all our text from our old website. So we are very innovative. We have the best product, to be honest. We have the best taste. It took us really a long time that you don't have any bitterness in the chewing gum. And of course, everyone makes marketing, but I think we have a big network. So we used the last year when we developed the recipe to contact a lot of partners from big influencers to Bundesliga to whatever, esport. So I think we have a great connection and a big advantage to others that might have maybe a little bit more money. But, you know, you can get money from investors or whatsoever. So I think that's not our problem. We have a great strategic plan, and we already have a lot of upcoming events that I think is advantage for us.
Sounds promising. So
yeah.
I don't have any more questions. What about you, the audience? Another one.
So on the price of the product, what is the percentage that you will spend on marketing?
Yeah, so normally it's about like between 20 and 30% what we earn, we will put in marketing. I'm in a happy position that I know a lot of very well-known influencers, so they don't ask too much money from us. Yeah, but for the strategic next year, it will probably like between 20 and 30%, because in the first place we are a D2C product, and we need to do a lot of performance marketing, and that costs a lot of money. Yeah, but the investors we already talked to, they said the same. So.
Good. Thank you very much,
you.
Thomas. And the next one is going to be you, Marie. A very warm welcome. Tell us something about your savory bars.
Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Marie, the founder of Malund. On a long car ride, I was in a mood for a healthy and savory snack. And then at the gas station, I found nothing except one savory snack I'm sure everyone knows and which is really not healthy. Then I asked myself, how can that be? Because we currently have a big problem. Did you know that more than 50% of the people are overweight and have problems with various lifestyle diseases? And most of the people have no time for healthy eating due to their fast lifestyle. And in addition, many supposedly healthy snacks still contain many hidden sugars. But there's a chance, because 50% of the Germans prefer savory snacks, while only 15% prefer sweet alternatives. So it's time to make not only the sweet snacks healthier, but also the savory ones. With COVID-19 and a higher body awareness, the market is changing. There's a large and scalable market, and the trend towards healthier and more savory snacks is on the rise. When looking for snacks in bar form, an absolute favorite of the Germans, the savory selection is shockingly small or not really existent. So Malund creates a revolution. Savory bars. We combine the best organic ingredients, plant proteins from local sources, a lot of dried vegetables, and selected spices and herbs to make fast, flexible, healthy, and savory snacking possible anytime and anywhere. For now, there are 3 different types: pumpkin onion, dried tomato amaranth, and paprika sweet chili. The production of the snack bars is outsourced so that the focus is on new product ideas, sales, and marketing. The market entry takes place via the online store as well as other diverse sales points to show where the target group buys. I founded the GmbH in June and looking forward to or planning to go into the market in the middle of October. In competition, Malund creates a new category, savory bars, which do not exist exactly in this way yet, and position itself as a savory alternative, nutrient-rich and healthy, to snacks made of meat and sweet cereal bars. Malund is currently bootstrapped by the family's raising, and the sales target for the next year is around 100K. I'm a nutritionist, developed all the recipes myself, and yes, the last slide is missing. So yeah, I'm looking for network and strategic partners, so let's connect.
There you can see your product. Perfect. So I'd like to start because I don't have a question, but a big compliment, because maybe you do know, I used to work for the brand on the left lower corner, so for more than 5 years, and there is definitely a lack of market. So you're just perfect with your topic and with your brand. So big congratulations.
Thank you.
So now questions, please.
I guess there are no questions left.
Oh, okay.
Also from my side, looks like a really great product.
Thank you.
Already have to go to taste it.
Yeah.
You have some left.
I think so.
I'm looking forward to get this in the market, because I'm also looking for products like this.
Okay, so you're welcome on my booth.
Thank you so much. Any more questions from the audience? Now she's here. No.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So when we go ahead like this, Michelle, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle and the founder of Piece of Joy. When I started Piece of Joy, I was doing my PhD in mathematics and building a vegan food blog on Instagram. And now today, Piece of Joy is not only my big passion project, but also my full-time job. And together with my investor AIM Ventures and my mentors at Kitchen Town Berlin, I want to bring more pulses into our diet. Because pulses like beans, peas, or lentils are an important source of plant protein and way more sustainable than animal-based sources of protein. But in our Western diet, we eat pulses only very rarely and only in a few savory dishes. And from my own experience, I can tell you that this makes it really difficult to meet your daily protein needs on a plant-based diet. But with Piece of Joy, we changed this because we sweeten pulses. We combine them in a new sweet way to create innovative sources of protein for an easy and joyful plant-based diet. Our first product is our organic lentil granola. It is completely grain-free and consists up to 50% of red lentils. And therefore, it's a great source of plant protein. And for me, it's a matter of the heart to have a positive impact with Piece of Joy. And that's why we donate 1% of our revenues to social projects. Taking a look at the market, our lentil granola is absolutely unique due to its grain-free lentil base and the resulting nutritional values. We want to reach our customers mainly by social media and influencer marketing, but we will also use public relations to reach a broader audience. Because we will not only start D2C, but we are also working with a distribution partner who helps us to bring our products into the retail. This year, I founded the company and realized a successful pre-launch as a proof of concept. And now in October, our lentil granola is going to launch. So 2023 will be our first really active year on the market. And we've planned to reach a revenue of 150,000 euros next year. And we are already working on 3 new product lines we want to launch in 2023 to build a broad and growing product range of innovative sources of protein. Now maybe you think, okay, sweet lentils, maybe that's healthy, but don't know if this is tasty. But I can tell you it is tasty. Our test persons and our pre-launch customers are convinced that pulses can and should be sweet. And now I invite you to visit my mom and me, here we are, at our booth and to taste our lentil granola. Thank you.
Very well done regarding the timing.
Thank you.
What about questions? Mark, do you want to start, or you guys over there? Oh, perfect.
I'm intrigued by the PhD in mathematics. Can you still apply that talent in this business?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get...
I'm intrigued by your PhD in mathematics.
Yes.
Can you still apply that talent in this business?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get...
Can you still apply your mathematical
okay,
talent
no, yeah,
in this
so
business?
Actually, as a mathematician, you get employed to solve problems. And I think as a CEO, all you have to do is solving problems every day. And yeah, I think there was a great preparation to have this PhD. I also have a very high level of frustration. I'm used to it, and I think that's a good preparation, yeah. And of course, the financials are, yeah, quite familiar to me.
Great, thanks.
Great answer. Thank you very much. Mark, it's going to be you.
It's still on. I have a question about the competition. So you just showed us the main competitors within your line, but the granola category is a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your real USP to compete also with these normal granola suppliers?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we have to specify the target group. And of course, somebody who wants to buy Kellogg's cornflakes will not be our customer. So our customer wants to eat healthy, wants to have clean ingredients, and that's why we focus on this kind of market. And here, there's nothing made out of pulses. So that's our great USP, to have these natural ingredients and the pulses for a great source of protein.
Okay. Thank you. I have one last question regarding the price of your product. So if you compare it to, let's say, Dr. Edgar's Vitalis or something like this, so what about one package of your granola and one package of them?
Yeah, so our price will be $5.99, and this is the price that also, for example, the Naturally Pam granola has in the market. So, of course, Vitalis, I think, is about $3.79 or something like that. So we cannot compete with this, but our ingredients are way more clean. So we sweeten with date syrup. We use no oil, but nut butter as a healthy source of fats. And yeah, so you have to compare us with the healthy granola. And,
yes, and since you're still in their range, it's going to be okay. Perfect. Thank you very much for your pitch again. And now I'm happy to welcome Larissa. And it's just amazing, isn't it? Everybody is talking about there is a lack of female founders, and we have the third one in a row. So I love it. Larissa, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, that's not me. It's gonna work. Do I need to do something?
No.
No.
Okay.
Just wait.
Sebastian is doing something, hopefully. I can't see him, to be honest. There he is. We need laugh bites. Wie bitte?
Ja. Aber muss ich weiterschalten? Oder macht
No. Just wait. He will. Now, here we go.
Yes.
Now you can.
Hi, I'm Larissa. I'm the founder of Love Bites. And
now you can.
You have a clicker.
Now I can. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Okay, perfect. Real talk. Life is too short for mediocre desserts. I think we can all agree on that one. And the problem is that most vegan desserts nowadays are still very much mediocre. And we kind of have two categories. You either have the super healthy ones that are sweetened with dates, or like no sugar, gluten-free, anything, and it's just like kind of like lacks joy as well. Or you have the really processed ones, full of additives and low quality ingredients, and those are kind of like, yeah, I mean, they're cheap, but they're also, I don't know, they're just outdated. So that's why I came up with Love Bites. Love Bites are half-baked vegan cookies in the New York City style. They're vegan, organic, and palm oil free, and they're freshly baked and frozen and ready to heat for your everyday convenience. So you can enjoy a Love Bite whenever you crave it. So to do that, since they're frozen, we're going to launch with 2 flavors, macadamia white chocolate and nougat sea salt, and maybe you've tried it already, otherwise come by later. You can either most sustainably just thaw it at room temperature for 20 minutes, or the best result is 5 minutes in the oven just to warm it up and get that chocolatey factor. Fire alarm? Yeah? Okay. Danke. No problem. I thought we might have to run. Okay. Perfect. So these are the best ways to enjoy it. You can enjoy it at room temperature or warm, and warm's the best, but don't take my word for it. So to show you the market, I mean, you don't really need numbers to see that vegan products are here to stay, and they're definitely like on the rise. You just need to go to your supermarket and see that there's the yellow label on everything right now. And with good reason. I mean, the first introduction you saw, like, the planet is dying, so we can't really afford to not move towards a plant-based solution. So these are the market numbers. You can just look at them. But what I want to focus on is that 60% sales increase for vegan products in the last 2 years happened, or that was from 2020. And then if you look at the fact that 83% of vegans in Germany eat vegan for sustainability reasons and not for like the animals or anything, it's even more important to notice that almost 100% of EU citizens, vegans in the EU, there was a study done by Vegans, say that taste and quality are the most important factors if they're going to buy a product or not. So for the sake of the planet, you need to have a delicious product. Because if it's healthy and it tastes like shit, no one's going to buy it, and the planet's going to die. So given that Germans love pastry, though, and basically 5.5 million people weekly, 14 and older, eat pastries multiple times a week, if we reach 10% of those, with a box of Love Bites once a month, we generate a profit margin, a market potential of like almost 60 million euros. So if you just look at what's out there right now, it's like the convenient shelf-stable ones that are full of additives, and they're good, but they're outdated, and it's just like time for something fresh and new. And if you look at the frozen section, I mean, it hasn't changed in the last 10 years, and it really is in need of something new. And with Love Bites, we're building a love brand, and our numbers definitely show that, and the fact that 80% of our customers are not vegan kind of just goes to show how tasty we are. We're focusing on B2B right now, and what we've done so far is that we're selling at 2 cafes right now. In the first year, we had big clients like Clinique and Netflix, and right now we're about to enter the first production with a manufacturer to then launch further into the wholesale and the HoReCa, and also do quick commerce, because we've had a lot of interest from them. We're currently raising money to make the key hires for operations and sales. And then next year we want to launch more products and also branch out into other EU countries. And right now I'm doing it by support.
Unfortunately,
Thank
the
you.
time is over. Thank you so much. You have one. So, first question is for you, Mark, or for you guys? It's going to be you. Oh, it's not on. Let me, now.
Thanks for the pitch, and sorry for the disruption, but also you have to learn that as a founder.
That's a special effect just for you.
Interesting, very good presentation, thanks. It's interestingly that there were a lot of food stuffs. They are directly addressing the consumer market. You're addressing the B2B market. Why not the consumer market first?
Because our cookies work really well in the B2B market, because given that they're frozen and so easily, like you can defrost them so quickly, like the places can actually generate profits until the end of day. and they don't have any food waste. And the thing is also that right now because we're so early in the development and we use high quality ingredients, the price for the retail is still a bit on the expensive side. So it allows us a good way to just branch out and build a good foundation just with the wholesale partners, also in other countries than just Germany, and then based on that in the retail sector.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Any more questions?
Where does the love in Love Bites come from?
From my heart and the love for animals, because I don't want them to be eaten. And I'm vegan for the animals, and I know that people are not convinced with pointing the finger, but if something is so delicious, like my hope is just that this inspires people. If they eat a cookie of mine, they think like, oh, it's actually not veganism that sucks, because a lot of people still think that, but it's some vegan products. So then I hope to inspire them to give more vegan products a chance, and by that, just add my part. So it's very ambitious and a little bit naive, but that's me.
Great.
Perfect. I don't have any more questions. You do have one.
What is the gross margin on your products?
Sorry?
The gross margin on your products.
Right now we have 45%, but that's based on the wholesale, so we're still working out the final numbers. Our big manufacturer is bringing us the final numbers now, because what we're doing with the 2 retailers right now, or with the wholesalers, it's based on a different pricing model than what we will have in the big production.
Okay.
Good.
But I will come back to you on that one.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Another one, a very warm applause for her. And then we have finished our second turn, our second round with 6 pitches. And there will be another half an hour of a break, right, Mark?
Well, now we had 6 in the beginning. I think we also had 6, but
5.
more, 5. I don't know. Yeah, 5. So now we have a little bit smaller break.
Okay, so just 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So we will go on.
Don't run away.
We will go on 20:35. So at 8:35 p.m. But in time then, please be prepared that we start on the point. Thanks. So, in 2 minutes, we will start with the last session of pitches. And we will have Cravers on stage, Cocos Lab, Foodle, SpawnX, Dodge, and last but not least, Real Matters. So get prepared. 2 minutes left. Well, now we will have the final pitch round, the last 6 startups. Are you ready, the first to start?
It's Cravers.
It's Cravers.
Ozan, are you here already?
Ozan is over here.
Perfect. A very
Just
warm
hand
welcome
over
to
the mic.
you. And we are delighted to see your pitch about
Thank you.
snacking in a new way.
I guess it's working, right? Okay. And the clicker?
Just hold on a minute. I have to start the time tracking.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ozan, co-founder of Cravers. We do hazelnut products, hazelnut snacks. Cravers is a vegan habit-forming brand obsessed with hazelnuts. We aim to become the global hazelnut company. As you see here, the habit-forming is the thing that we rely on. For now, we have 7 products. 4 of them are spreads, and 3 of them, these are the new ones that are being launched in September, energy balls. We take hazelnut, we want to give hazelnut the glory that it deserves. For that, you have to create amazing, delicious products. It shouldn't be boring, but still should be guilt-free. For that, you have to create healthy habits, right? To create healthy habits, I guess it has to be affordable, obviously, approachable, and also satisfying in the end. You have to complete the habit loop, otherwise they won't come back. The mean that who they are customers. As a brand, we are fighting with so many fronts. As a startup, it's super challenging for sure, but we do our best. We had to start somewhere, and we picked some of those. And by we scale up, we will try to cover all of them. And a little bit about our strategy. We started in Los Angeles. Why? It is because the people there are early adopters. If you make something trendy there, somehow it reaches the Europe, maybe after 5 years. But also, we are from Berlin. This is our home. And we know that the German market is a bit hard to penetrate. But when you do, they stick with you forever. They're super loyal. And becoming a low brand in Berlin, I guess, the way to go, at least in Germany. And the strategy looks a bit shaky and risky. We know that. And we are not naive about it. And some numbers, some status. We are available nationwide in Gorillas in Germany, soon in Amsterdam, and then UK. And we are expanding in Berlin and LA with lifestyle shops, healthy grocery bakeries and stuff. Already in California, we are in 35 stores, 1 pallet of month sales in Amazon US, and focusing on first QCOM, starting with Berlin and LA, and then Amsterdam, New York, London, and Paris. And these are the values and goals. They are super hard ones. We will get there one by one. We are going after these you-know-who brands. And yeah, that's it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ozan. If I may, I have the first question because
Sure.
you spoke about changing the eating habits or changing habits of enjoying. Can you explain this a bit further? Because when I think about hazelnut, what should I do with it? So I put it on my bread, then I use it for cooking. Maybe you can just explain this a bit.
Habits means, first of all, changing your lifestyle starts with you. First, I had to change my lifestyle. I became vegan 5 years ago. I also have a branding background and design background. I had nothing to do with the food business. First, I had to change. And I was eating so many crap without looking what it does to my body, where it's come from, how they source it, ethically or what does to the animals, and so on. And then I picked hazelnuts. Because I'm from Turkey, it's where hazelnut comes from. More than 75% of the all world's hazelnut comes from Turkey. You-know-who brand is also buying from there, obviously. We are challenging this status quo. It's going to be hard, we know. In terms of how you use. I use hazelnut butter every day in my porridge. And hazelnut spread, the cacao one, obviously, it's a guilt-free snack because there is nothing bad to be guilty about it. So you eat it whenever you want, directly from the spoon. Normally, hazelnuts are disregarded, and also, they were the byproduct of the chocolate industry, you know. It was not the main ingredient anywhere else. No one owns hazelnut. I don't want to say it, but maybe I should. It's like Oatly, but for hazelnuts, briefly. So we can do that because it's an amazing premium nut. It's not cheap, unfortunately. But we are trying to make it affordable as much as possible. So many challenges we have, but we are getting there. Our prices will be around €6 in Germany, $5.99, $6.99, the retail price. The organic one comes maybe a year after. But it's going to be super niche, we know that. So we have to scale up, we have to target the masses. So there are some compromises over there.
But thank you so much. And I like the vision. So the Oatly of hazelnuts.
Yeah.
That's a great vision. What about you guys?
What is the gross margin on your products? The gross margin.
For the nut butters, it's around 30. We will get the 40s maybe in a year or so. We are playing the VC game. We know the hard stuff. And for the hazelnut bowls, they are on-the-go snacks. They are very fast consumable products. They're around 65%. Yeah.
Any more questions from there? Or what about you, Mark? No. Yes.
Gordon,
Yeah,
what is your personal reason to start this business?
Animals, yeah. I want to spread veganism. That's my personal intention. But for that, as Larissa mentioned, you can't be pushy and irritating, like you're eating flesh. No, you have to make it sexy, appealing, and you have to create great products, but not only in a cool way, you have to support it on the background to do things right one by one. We change our packaging, we change our production each batch almost, try to update it, refine it slightly, trying to get some consultancy each time. Food business is super hard, and everyone should know that already. And yeah, but my personal reason is spreading veganism. Yeah, I think that's the only way to save the planet, to live ethical and as harmless as possible.
Thank you so much, Ozan. So, next pitchy will be Crocus and Tim. Tim, where are you?
It's going to be me.
Ah, it's going to be you. Oh, I'm sorry. You are obviously not Tim.
Well, you say that now.
Happy to have you here.
Thank you. This is the right
This
tool.
is the right thing?
Great.
Yes, you are fully equipped.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. Can I start? My name is Galina, not Tim, and I'm one of the co-founders of Crocus Labs. And we're building smart lighting solutions that are going to change the way horticulture and agriculture works. But about this in a second. Right now, I want to talk about Greek salad in Greece. When I tried it for the first time, my mind was blown. The Greek tomatoes, they taste so good. And since then, I was wondering, why German tomatoes taste so bad? Well, Greek tomatoes are exposed to sun, which means they're exposed to full light spectrum. And that's essential for the quality, but also for the taste of crops, especially complex crops like tomatoes or strawberries. So that means that vertical farms and greenhouses can actually use full light spectrum. Easy, right? Well, there's a couple of problems. Today, there is no efficient solution that provides full light spectrum light, and up to 80% of OPEX costs of indoor farms come from artificial lighting. And with the current energy prices, many of the growers are going to stop their operations this winter. So we actually might not have even bad German tomatoes in the supermarkets this winter. But don't worry, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and this light is full spectrum and energy efficiency. We combine our proprietary power conversion, we are developing our own efficient LED chips, and we also have a sensor and software system that halves the energy consumption. Since we started in 2020, we developed 2 generations of products that we tested with paying customers. We grew strawberries with Carl's, and their taste and coloration was amazing. We also sold our lights to research institution, and the basil increased biomass by 15%. And we've done a lot of studies on stevia and chili peppers and so on. So we are leasing our lights right now as we're developing our product. In the future, in 2024, when we're going to hit the market with a fully commercialized product, we're going to sell hardware together with software and services on the top of it, and we're going to collect the used lights to enable circularity in our commercial model. We are focusing right now on small vertical farm, small greenhouses and research institutions, but the future is going to be bigger. And we have a tremendous technology, super innovative. We have a market that is starving for innovation, but the most important thing, we have a really, really cool team. Prash, my co-founder, has 15 years in semiconductor industry. Marcus, our CFO and co-founder, is an entrepreneur for more than 10 years. I have corporate background, so startup. Evgeny, who you might see today, is horticulture engineer and team leads business development. And we are closing our seed round. We got their EIC grant. We are looking for office, we're hiring people, and we are going to change the future. And if you want to spark with us, let's stay in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there is the time for questions right now. Mark, what about you? Or over there?
Okay, in what way is your product different than a regular LED?
Sorry, do you mind repeating your
In
question?
what way is your product different than a regular LED?
Well, our product is designed specifically for horticulture, and there's a reason for it, because there are a couple of big players in the markets. We all know them. The thing is, their main markets are either medical device or sensors that you have in your watch or in your phone, and they're repurposing it. So that means that their energy efficiency that they're getting is way lower, and that's not sufficient for the indoor farming. So that's why vertical farms, for example, are struggling and with their profitability, and they cannot move really beyond the leafy greens. So what we have 3 components that bring energy efficiency. Our own patented, with IP, LED chips that we are continuing developing and going to hit the market in 2 years. Then we have our own proprietary power conversion design that brings another 15% of energy efficiency, and the rest is combined with the sensor technology and the software. So for example, we can dim the lights according to the proper crop stages. So that's a long answer to a short question.
Thank you very much. Another question.
Maybe I didn't get it, or didn't see it, or maybe you didn't mention it, but how big is the market?
So,
you're addressing?
the overall lighting market is 150 billion. The horticulture LED market is going to reach 16 billion by 2030, and it's growing approximately at 20% year on year. We want to get into the 10% of the market share by 2027. So that's how big is the market.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So,
are we good?
No more questions in the audience? No.
Oh, okay.
We're good. Thank you very much again. And then please welcome, and I hope the name is right, please welcome Nicholas from Foodle. Is he here? Yes, perfect. A platform solutions for chefs and kitchen owners. Yes. This is going to be interesting. The stage is yours. The clicker is... Woo! Are you okay?
Yes, I'm great.
Good. Now everybody is awake. Yeah. You too.
That was my goal. So, good evening, everybody. I'm Alex from Foodle, a platform to easily rent and rent out kitchen spaces. So, you want to start a food business in Germany. What a bold idea. The first thing you're going to have to do is to make a plan. So you need a concept, a menu, a business plan, and finally you're going to need a location where your business can really thrive. Then you're going to have to incorporate. So you'll need a GmbH status, pay some legal fees, and then you'll have to get licenses, go through the German bureaucratic system, which as we all know is incredibly fast and efficient. And then you're going to have to get equipment and staff. And at this point, you're 12 to 15 weeks in, 50 to 60K in debt, and you have a 20% chance of success after 5 years. So this is really the problem we're trying to tackle with Foodle. And we've come up with an Airbnb-like rental platform where we offer both local licensed kitchens as well as Foodle-owned kitchens, or we want to own Foodle-owned kitchens as well. And Earth is a place we care about, so our cooks reuse existing resources by renting these kitchens and the tools that are already there. And we also want to enforce biodegradable packaging being used. Our mission is to diversify the food industry by empowering these independent cooks and bakers to easily set up shop and start selling their food. And we've just started running our first test ads where we've had a very low customer acquisition cost, but that was on a low commitment. And we've also talked to 120 plus restaurants and got 8 of them to sign letters of interest. Our business model is quite simple. We take a percentage of the booking fee as well as a sign-up fee on the landlord side. And with this, we really want to tap into this growing cloud kitchen market, which in 2021 stood at 57 billion and is expected to almost triple by the end of the decade. So our vision is to establish Foodle as the main brand, main source of food made by independent cooks and bakers. And Konstantin and I are the founders. We're from the same neck of the woods. We really liked working together, and we have some experience in gastronomy as well as programming. And this is our wonderful team, which really makes up the backbone of this project. And finding a team where you can really thrive is such a rare thing, so I'm really glad to have found all these people. Thank you for your time, and this is how you can contact me.
Thank you. So, and since the pitch was quite short, there is plenty of time for questions, which is just great. Mark, what about you?
Well, I really have to think first about the questions. Thanks for the good and very short presentation just in time. You have a question?
I always have one, yes. So what's your personal reason to start this business?
I would say that I grew up in a household where food was very important, so my mom always made amazing food. And we were always talking about how great it would be if we could buy food like that somewhere. So we kind of came up with this idea. We thought that maybe people that never would come into the food industry or be able to sell their food would do it through us, maybe at a premium and sell a bit less, but they would still be able to enter the market quite easily.
Okay, thank you. I have a question from the consumer perspective, because in comparison to restaurants, so what is the advantage for a consumer to go to one of your food shops or to go to a restaurant?
It's that they are able to get different kinds of food, really. Food that doesn't follow the normal standards of restaurants around the city. It's really new, innovative food can come through in this way that normally wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? You do have one, yes.
About your general model, what type of target groups are you addressing exactly? Because that I didn't understand maybe correctly. Maybe you could point that out a little bit.
Could you repeat it, please?
What type of target groups do you have? So is it landlords, is it kitchen owners, is it gastronomy, is it consumers or private users? So who are you targeting?
So we're really targeting people that want to get into the food industry but don't have an easy way to do it. That's one target group, as well as we have catering cooks that need to flexibly find places around the city where they can cook their food. And also food startups that really just need a place to get started. They need to have a licensed kitchen to start selling their food. So that's really where we come in.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much again. So, next pitch is Spawn X, Mushroom Farms. Vladimir, the stage is yours.
The clicker. Oh, thank you. So, hi everyone, I'm still Vladimir and I'm still making mushroom city farms. The world faces a shortage of ultra-fresh, locally grown food. We need to move to local production because of logistics, pandemics, geopolitics, and climate change. For now, on the classical huge-scale mushroom farm, 50% of mushrooms are written off on the way from the mushroom farm to the consumer. And this is awful, actually. What we propose is to bring a city farming principle into mushroom growing industry. This way we can decrease write-off rates by 90%. But there is a problem. There is no business model and no technology for such small-scale farms. And our product is a kit decision mushroom city farm that consists of our own unique substrate machine, mushroom growing rooms with racks, sensors, and ventilation units, climate controlling software, and production planning software. All this increases the margin of local mushroom city farms. And all this already works on our own farm, where we produce 10 tons of oyster, eringi, and shiitake mushrooms per month. We are a technology provider and not a mushroom farming company. We outsource our hardware part, and we sell the technology, so we can scale up the number of farms sold exponentially. And our business model is pretty straightforward. We sell the hardware and supply every month our farms with mycelium and with a subscription to our software. This makes us 78 euro cents from each kilogram of mushrooms sold from our farms. Most players on the market do not see this niche of city farming in mushroom growing industry. That's why we can take up 15% of the exotic mushroom market and build over 190 farms and earn over 37 million euro by 2026. There are many small-scale startups working in this direction. Our main direct competitor is Smallhold, but we are cheaper and provide more yield than any others. and we have a strong team in business and engineering, and together we build a mushroom farm, scaled it up, and continued with a pilot with retailers. Our vision is to make a line of mushroom farms of different formats and supply them with the consumables. For now, we are opening our first farm in Europe, in Graz, Austria, and we're raising 590,000 for these purposes. Thank you very much. We will be very happy to see you on our journey.
Thank you, Vladimir. So, you know this game again, we're open for questions. Who want to be the first?
You don't want to ask something, you're coming from the retail business and he's doing something for the retail business?
I have no question, but I'm happy that we talked 45 minutes. So great story. Thanks for it. Well done.
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
I have no question
so
either.
Maybe
no.
a question
the
from
presentation
someone
was great.
with expertise from the agriculture sector. Where's Lars?
Oh, there is a question.
There's a question.
What is your unique value proposition?
I don't quite hear you from here.
What is your unique value proposition?
Once again, I'm sorry. Yeah.
What is your unique selling proposition, your USP?
So for now, our USP is the hardware, the first unique substrate machine and the software, the ERP planning software that matches the yield of the mushroom farm and the sales forecast. And of course, there is a pricing proposition. We can make the farm of 300 square meters under 100,000 euro.
And thanks for the question. Any more question from Lars, maybe? Over there is one. This will be the last.
Thanks. Do you have a sustainability approach as well in this?
It is all about sustainability. First of all, the usage of mushrooms, because we can replace now the meats, leather, and so on with mycelium-based products, and we can source these startups that are working on it. And when you're comparing mushroom production, we also emit CO2. But when you compare the CO2 emission per 1 gram of protein with the meat, actually, we emit 10 times less. And of course, we are like more sustainable than current large-scale mushroom farms because we reduce the logistics.
Great. Thank you for
you.
the question. Thank you for the answer. Thank you for the pitch, Vladimir. And the next one will be Dodge and Veronica. Happy to have you here. The clicker is over there. No, here. It's working.
Wonderful. So, how is it ecologically sane to throw away, melt down, and reproduce glass food containers instead of just reusing them? This is obviously insane, but how is this to be sane? So we set out for another way, a system change. At Dodge, we are developing a reuse system for food glass containers, starting with edible oils. How? Together with oil producers, we are designing a standardized bottle that the consumer just brings back to the deposit return machines available everywhere. But what if the supermarkets reject it or the consumer doesn't want it? To try that, we started a small pilot with our own oil brand in reusable bottles, Pfandöl. It was supposed to be a small trial with about 1,200 bottles. And what can I say? It's quite successful already, with a lot of selling points, including Revis starting to sell Pfandöl in October. This is us, by the way, still wondering about all the success that we have had so far. This is the amazing Tim. He is responsible for the bottle design and development, and this is Andre and me selling his amazing work. And networking constantly and convincing people of reuse, since we need a lot of people on board to make the system work. But what do we mean if we say we want to make a system circular? So we deliver the bottles to the producer, who fills it with his oil, delivers it to the point of sale, the consumer buys it. So far, so good. But then the magic happens. The consumer, instead of throwing it away into the glass container, brings it to the deposit return machines available everywhere in every supermarket in Germany, gets his 50 cents of deposit back. We take care of sorting the bottles and cleaning them properly and bringing them back to the producers. We are talking about 3.2 billion single-use bottles only in Germany every year that we could replace by our system. For the next 1.5 years, we envision to replace 7.3 million single-use bottles with our system, just looking at the partners that we have already on board, and making €1 million in revenue by that. How? Each bottle cycle generates a usage fee that we get from the producers. And looking at about 30 circulations per bottle cycle, this is the established bottle pool will generate revenue instantly. And to start an initial bottle pool, we'll be raising 150K BA Invest in the first round for the next half a year. So let's make the bottle and container scene insane again together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this pitch. Just keep it.
I just stay here.
Perfect. I do have a question, because what is your business model right now? So are you focusing on the brand, so on Pfandöl, or are you focusing on the model just to bring back the bottles?
This is a very good question. Actually, we are doing both right now with the scarce capacities that we have. No, just kidding. So our main focus is really the system behind the Pfandöl. So we are actually, this is like really deep into the whole model thing, but we are thinking about actually getting a person on board, just making sure that the whole Pfandöl story is getting, attention and.
But since it is so good.
Exactly.
And it works quite well, you cannot abandon it, right?
Exactly. So we will start with this whole trial in October and then see how it goes. Like if the consumers understand the whole project and like really buy really fast the whole bottles, and we are already preparing actually for the next fill. So if like the system, like the Pfandöl system can hold up itself, so if it's sold. To pay actually an extra person just taking care of the whole pool, so we can focus on the system behind that.
I see. Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Yes.
Mark.
Thanks a lot for this really great presentation. Splendid idea, just on point presented. When we're talking about this depot recycling system, it's only, so what you have mentioned, it's only a German thing.
We're talking about reuse. There is a difference between reuse and recycling.
No, I just meant reuse and depot system, like we have in Germany with these Pfand depot. Yeah, but this is only a German topic. I live in Switzerland. We have a lot of plastic bottles. Horrible. We don't have more or less a non-depot system. It's all about recycling. And when I look around in the other countries, it's more or less the same. So I love the idea of a depot system. But how will you manage to break the markets in the European Union with your approach?
Thank you for this question. We actually have legislative help by that? Because there is a directive of the EU coming up, the Single-Use Plastic Directive, which makes basically every country in the EU establish such deposit return systems as we have in Germany already. So each supermarket will have one of those deposit return machines to take back the PET bottles. And if you remember how that happened, the whole thing in Germany, like when this the Pfandpflicht for the single-use bottles came along in 2003, everyone was like, oh no, come on, why? But this action, in the end, helped the reusable systems to establish, because the infrastructure of the deposit return systems now helps the reusable bottles to be returned just everywhere. And this will be the same story in every EU country with this EU directive coming up.
Great answer, thanks for that. I didn't know that. You really did very well your homework.
Thank you.
You're ahead of everything. That's perfect. Some more questions from you? No. Blown away. Thank you very much. So, the final pitchee will be here. It's Real Matters and Alex and Paula. There is another one, perfect. You know how to switch it on?
Hi.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, one last pitch.
Do you need the clicker? It's over there?
Yes.
Here.
Okay. So, food businesses today have two options. Let's see. They can either continue being part of the problem, stuck on a linear path, producing food products in very resource-intensive, wasteful, and polluting manners, or they can become part of the solution by designing food products that actually prevent waste at its core and regenerate our nature. And these are the products that we need. These are circular products. However, this transition towards circularity is really hard because we're still very stuck on a linear system. And so the transition comes with a lot of changes on different levels, structural, mindset shifts.
Exactly, and that's where we come in. We're Real Matters, and we support food businesses in going circular. And for this, we've developed a methodology based on 2 years of research, which fosters circular innovation processes. So we design and accompany food businesses on learning and transformation journeys that put a big focus on the mindset shift, often overlooked in these kind of transition processes, and is based on a system-centric approach, because focusing only on the consumer today is just not enough if we want to create those products and services that regenerate our food systems. But why should food businesses even care about this? Well, truth being said, not caring is not going to be an option soon. Policy and regulations are increasing, there's growing resource scarcity, consumers are more and more demanding sustainability from companies, but more than that, tapping into circular strategies is tapping into a competitive edge. And why us? Why are we equipped to do this? We are Alex and Paula. We share a background in strategic design and complementing experience in the world of strategy consulting, sales, and business development. We also have experience in the food industry from within and share a big passion for it. But more than that, we believe we can have an impact. Not only is the food and drink industry one of the largest manufacturing sectors in the EU when it comes to turnover, but they're now waking up to the need for change and investing in new approaches.
Yes, so we're on a long-term mission here to accelerate the food system transformation. And we're currently part of the Soul Incubator here in Berlin. We've done our first pilot project, and we're about to start our next one with one of Europe's leading baked good manufacturers. Our mission right now is to get more projects and partners to really put to work our methodology. Because with every project, we'll get closer to identifying these key mechanisms of our methodology that allow us to scale and have the greatest impact. So we're actually not looking for investment right now, but we are looking for connections. So if you have any contacts to sustainability departments or R&D departments in food businesses, please get in touch. But also if you just want to learn more about our work and mission. Well, we believe that redesigning our food and food systems is not just a responsibility, it's also a huge opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this motivating last pitch. So it was a pleasure listening to you. Final questions from the right corner.
So, what is your personal reason to start this business?
Well, the most direct response to that would be that we spent 2 years doing research on how strategic design could contribute to the food system transformation. We wrote a master thesis together, actually, and we both have a passion in the industry and said we want to put our capabilities to work to do something in the sector, which is a huge need right now. Because we are in a crisis and we need to find solutions.
Thank you very much for this approach.
Is the industry, at what point of awareness about circularity is the industry, to your insight?
I mean, we've spoken to a lot of, we've had the time through, in the past 5 months as we were part of the SO Incubator to really, speak to people from the industry. And there is growing awareness, but, it's starting now. And so we really want to be there. We want to raise this awareness. We want to start with this mindset shift. And it's going to be hard, but, we're motivated to get onto this challenge, even though it's challenging. But somebody has to do it. And, we would love more people to do it. I mean, we're in good company here.
One last question, Mark.
Yeah, maybe the main question. What do you offer? A product, a service, and what is the business model? Maybe it's 2 questions, but actually, I'm a little bit lost, to be honest.
Yeah, it's super different from all the other pitches we've heard today. So we understand that you can be a bit lost. But we are consultancy, basically. We offer our services with our approach and methodology. And it either is, so as consultants, we have daily rates, but it can also be long-term processes, and that's what we aim for, because they are going to be long-term processes if we really want to get to the core issues of things. So we either have shorter processes, workshops, keynotes to raise awareness, but in the longer run, we want to do longer processes, which will come at different prices depending on also how our methodology develops and how our services develop. So we're very early stage. We're still figuring this out as well ourselves. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So, and we're done. Thank you very much to this wonderful pitches, to all the pitchies who held their speeches tonight. It was a real pleasure listening to you guys. And Mark, now it's up to you to tell us what is going to be next.
Well, next will be that we all from the jury, we just made our points. We will also rethink about the marks we gave. And then we will just counting. It's not an algorithm behind, but just simple math. And then at 10 p.m., we are happy to announce the 3 award winners. And until then, we have now 1 hour of the break, have a drink, have some bites and famous tasting here, try out and go on with sustainable conversations. Thanks.
Haben wir jetzt
Surprise, surprise. Within the next 5 minutes, we will have the award winners. Please come all over. Can you hear me? Now it becomes special, more and more special. We will have the food award ceremony within the next minutes. But first, I have to hand out over also Mike.
Hello.
First, we have Jam here. I hope the name is correct.
Jam is fine.
Jam is the reason why we all are here, because 10 years ago,
Muss das Mikrofon ein bisschen näher? Du bist sehr leise.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. So Jam is the reason why we are all here tonight, because 10 years ago, he just founded the Startupnight. He initiated it with some others, right?
Yeah, almost.
And well, it's a pleasure that we could be here. And thanks for also inviting us, having us here, that we could curate the second time the food area here. And well, maybe you can just tell us a little bit more. There's also a second area in the Telekom Hauptstadtrepräsentanz.
Yeah.
What's happened there?
Yeah, so thank you for having me here tonight. And thank you for organizing this. And I hope you guys had some fun here and some interesting talks, insights, and get to know people here also maybe investors. So I'm Jem, I'm the founder of Startupnight. Like you said, 10 years ago, our idea was to support the ecosystem of startups. And back in the days, everything was like really expensive, 500 euros for a ticket to go somewhere where you always saw the same people. And our idea was to turn that around, right? To put the startups into the center of the attention, give them an exhibition space, and bring investors, bring corporates, or bring potential customers into the game. And I'm sure, you know, if you hear this now, me saying it's like, oh, they're all doing it. Yes, but not 10 years ago. So we were the first and we got copied, and I'm really proud that we got copied so much because this helps the ecosystem. So for me, it's not only food, right, like you said. So we have at the Telekom Hauptstadt representative office, yeah. Just down the road here, Französische Straße, I welcome you after you close here to the after show party, yeah, and we have a few hundred people more there. And that was more from on a technical side, right? So we had AI startups, we had HR tech, legal tech, blockchain tech. But two things I'd like to mention because you were here, because you asked me to, was we had also a post-victory Ukraine pitch that was what I learned, I didn't know, is that Ukrainians are not speaking about after the war. They're speaking of, you know, post-victory. Yeah, so because not winning is not an option for them. So I found that really cool in the mentality. So we said, let's do a pitch for them. And we had amazing startups there who wanted to pitch for them, and one that is doing a desalination, also Entsalzungs thing, right?
Desalination?
Desalination, thank you so much. It's late. And it's desalination. Tried it? Desalination. And they are doing it for 1,000 liters for less than 40 cents. 1,000 liters for less than 40 cents. So telling Nestle to go home soon, right? In terms of this, you know, selling water here. So the question for me is, you know, how can startup and the way startups are approaching the world make a change, right? And that with food, we can do a lot, food tech, agri-tech, but also from the technical perspective. Another topic I'd like to share is there's a startup there decriminalizing and demystifying drugs in terms of like cannabis, for example, and they're creating a social media network around drugs. So they're called We Do, really fun. They're looking for signups there because they're going in a closed beta. So they're also there. So these are, you know, can you see like the diverse ideas? And yes, I'm happy to see, you know, all this creativity and passion. So sorry for long babbling, but it's I'm really passionate about this whole idea of startup and ecosystem and bringing people together. So thank you.
Thanks for your words. And of course, you had sustainability, you had a lot of diversity. We also had it here, as I heard also from the audience, very, very diverse, very different startups, very different approaches. But more or less, we had also this one topic, climate crisis, sustainability, make it a better world. And so we are really very happy now, after really 1 hour of discussion with the jury. Thanks also for your work here and the discussions and the votings. We finally have 3 award winners in the categories Best Food Startup, Best Agri-Tech, Food Tech Startup, and Best Newcomer. So newcomer we defined have a product not out yet in the market or just started with the product in the market. And first we would start, and I also want to have the jury on stage a little bit. Come on here. This is Patrick from Pebblewave, Inza from Open Kitchen, Jörg from Go-To-Market, and Lars from the German Agri-Food Society. And we have not only awards, we have also some prizes. Well, let's start with the first one. I will really have to look for it. So this is the newcomer. We will get it at the end. So this is the best food and beverage startup. 2020, 2022. I'm still from the last time it was 2019. So, yeah, and ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. But I make it very short. It's Piece of Joy. Please come here. So maybe there is someone who wants to make an official photo. Maybe Finn, I don't know, or Thomas is also there. Maybe more in the front of, or Lars, that would be great. And it's not only the award you can pin on your wall. You will get also some prizes. So one prize is from Jörg, from Go-to-Market. And maybe, Jörg, you could just tell a little bit what it's coming with it?
Yes, of course I can, because we like to support youngsters. I can honestly say you are a youngster, and you are so powerful, and we hope to help you a little bit with some consumer insights. And yeah, hopefully we're gonna see us again in Cologne or in Vienna. It's up to you.
Thank you
yeah?
so much.
So thank you very much also for all the other presentations. It was really impressive. And even if I don't ask so much question, I was really listening to everybody. So thank you very much. And yeah, thank you for having me on the stage. Thank you, Mark.
Just hand over the mic. Thanks, Jörg. Just stay here. It's not only one prize.
There is
It's a
even
little
one
bit
more
inflational.
prize. One more thing, exactly. So because before you're entering the market at Go-to-Market, we're doing your positioning with you. So finally,
work together.
But last but not least, Patrick.
Well, you'll get an in-depth sight in who you are and why you're here and how it impacts your business model. If you're up for that, of course.
Thank you so much.
And I'm really intrigued still by the mathematics. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So, and really, we have an inflation of prices. From our side, from the Crowdfoods Food Startup Association, you will get a free membership for 12 months. And together with that, an invitation and a free booth at our food startup event in February next year at the Lake of Constance.
Dafür wollte ich mich anmelden. Dankeschön.
Well, Dan, you're welcome. So, next one. Yeah. Next one will be the best, as we call it, agri-food tech. So it's a tech startup. And what was really very, very impressive, also thanks for all the presentations there, the pitches. It was also very close. But the winner is now, today, Best Agri-Food Tech Startup 2022 is Crocus Lab. And yeah, we can also make a picture together then. So, and in combination with that, also you have still the mic. So
in marketing, they say repetition is key. So also for you, you'll get the workshop to get to know yourself better, why you're here, and what the impact is on your business model.
Thank you so much.
And also from our side, the membership and the booth at our Startup Summit next year.
Thank you.
And no, okay. I was not sure.
3 kisses, 3 kisses.
Good. now, the best food tech newcomer, so it could be a food startup or a tech, agri-tech startup, 2022, and this was really very, very close. It was behind the dot from the decision, and we had a lot of discussions also about. It's Essentia. And also, from our side, a membership for 12 months, the invitation, free booth at our Startup Summit next year. Also from Patrick.
A big surprise also for you, the workshop to get to know yourself better, why you're here, and the impact on your business model. Looking forward to that discovery. Congratulations.
And? Again, okay.
From
There's
the
also
German Agri-Food Society, you get an opportunity to present your product at the investors' dinner.
So, that's it. That was it. And it was really an honor to have you here on stage during the award ceremony. Perfect timing. Thanks a lot. So now we can just go on with networking, having some drinks, but we will close at 11 p.m. And then, just a moment.
Yeah,
I have forgotten something. Sorry.
International Green Week, end of January, invited by German Agri-Food Society to have a free booth with us is Malund, Love Bites, and Piece of Joy.
Maybe if you didn't hear that, Malund, Piece of Joy, and who was the third one?
Love Bites.
Love Bites. Okay, here we go. So you got a special award or special prize.
From the German Agri-Food Society, free booth at International Green Week in January next year. So you can present your products there.
So again, applause. Sorry. Well, and then at 11 we will close down here, but the party will go on. Berlin never sleeps, as I learned, 2019. And we are also invited to come over to the, Telekom Hauptstadtrepräsentanz. Thanks a lot for being here, and enjoy the networking, the drinks. And now we can also party. We have some winners.
you.